choice. Dragon!
Leave the chargers to me!
You're mine!
I'll be baby! Bet that shell's hiding something decent! More with that deity! Eagle side! I'll smash you! All back in their defense!
Glad you have your uses. Frozen.
Hammer!
Light astral energy.
Now! Mirage!
I'll tear you apart!
Destruction!
Sleep now.
Time to destruction!
Does it hurt? I'm ready!
Lost.
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
So I still had room to grow.
Hi, DJT. Good morning. Good morning, you tree.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Swallow blade!
Raging cascade.
First strike!
Confiscated.
Destruction!
Rotating pile driver!
Are those arms even natural?
Coming straight in!
Up and at 'em.
No
Let's go.
armor can stop me! Remind me to stay on your good side. Rotating pile driver!
Here I come!
I'm ready!
Dragon Swarm! My turn! Strike!
Elusive deity!
Dragon
Eat
Swarm!
this!
Thunder
Swallow
blade.
blade!
Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Only
Elusive
true.
deity!
Rotating
pile
You're
driver.
mine!
Raging storm.
Benediction light.
Blow.
I'm not done!
Sweet dreams.
Here I come!
Both ready.
Take it!
The enemy wields
I'll
arms
put you
too.
through!
We'll soon see about that.
Dragon Swarm!
Good morning,
Could
Luca.
have been worse.
God, I hate the noise these things make.
Little help.
Dragon Swarm!
Anything in the
Swallow blade!
On
This
your
will come in handy.
Eat this!
They may look cute and stuff, but they're vicious.
Here it now!
More with that big thrust.
I'm not done!
Here.
Face you!
Dragon Swarm!
Get out of there with the others.
Destruction! Not a chance! You're finished! Destruction!
Now I'm in the groove! Does it hurt?
Thunder field.
Take this!
Up and at 'em.
It's
Let's
over.
go. Now.
Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Good morning, Zactive.
A breeze.
Easy!
And together they are but a breezy ease.
Wait, that doesn't sound right.
Good morning, Asdas.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
You're mine!
They got me flanked!
Dragon Swarm!
Elusive deity!
Yeah,
I'll face you!
Raging cascade.
Destruction!
It's a duel of the arts.
Benediction light.
Flash! Swallow blade! He's finished!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Elusive deity!
Your arts are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
Then I promise I'll always be here.
Dragon Swarm!
Shining supernova.
I'm on it! Flash!
Up and at 'em. Let's go.
Blind you with the
Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Full
Now you
river.
see what I can do! Begin!
It's
I'm
over!
ready!
Free land.
Dohalim! Hey! Blow them away! How's that?
My turn!
Acceptable.
Thunder
You're
field.
finished!
Dance!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Swallow! We're cleaning house!
Let me take the rest of them!
Well, someone's feeling lively.
With the
You're mine!
Raging
Not
cascade.
a
Art
chance.
expert coming through.
Strike!
In here.
Dragon Swarm!
Get on in there with the others.
Destruction!
I'm ready.
You're finished! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
So you're the first person to complain about the volume,
I
Luco.
think I'm getting stronger.
But I have a feeling you're mostly complaining about the combat volume, which there's actually no real fix for. So...
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
I could, of course, be wrong about that, and we could turn it down even more. It's already at half volume. Okay, nice. First upgrade I've gotten for her since Chapter 3. Yeah, the problem is combat is a combination of all three volume channels, and it's louder than anything else. That's just kind of the nature of it. It's a little spammy, too. I don't know if you noticed that.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
It's funny, because you're the one who's going to wear it.
How much farther?
I don't think we're even halfway there yet. Hang in there.
Not even halfway? Are you serious?
That's no reason. Go no further!
Dragon Swarm!
They're surrounding us!
First Crush!
Supernova!
Dragon Swarm!
Raging Tempest!
Destruction! Now in the groove!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! You're really strong, Alvin!
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you around.
Fly Blade! You're finished!
In here!
Dragon Fist!
An astral art?
That's like you!
Shut him down! Do it! Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Dragon Swarm!
Wind astral energy!
Destruction!
Don't get careless.
Hi, Loner. One thing I was able to divine from the behind the scenes of this game was that it was kind of unusual in how much advertising budget they put specifically into non-Japanese advertising. Which was the first Tales of game to do that, apparently. Consequently, this is one of the best-selling Tales of games in the West. Make of that what you will. And by the way, I know what you're thinking. One of? You know how game sales figures are.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
I liberated. Haven't seen you in a bit. What's going on? I think we all know dragons are better than mecha dinosaurs. Now, mecha dragons. Oh, we can make sheep now. Oh, that's all I needed to see. He's ready for a pile of hit points.
What is this place?
Careful. We've got company.
Doesn't look like we're getting past without a fight.
Oh, I don't know. We could probably just run right by it.
Watch your feet. Fall from here and it's curtains.
We're just trying to get past. Get out of our way!
Save your breath! All that thing sees is a talking meal! Then let's show it how wrong it is! Is it trying to stop us? Dragon Shell!
Wind astral energy!
Hit a word! Earth smoke!
Lightning attack! Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you! Slash! I'll drive you into fire!
Illuminate the dark!
Destruction! Come on, roll now! Let's tear him up! You're mine! You're finished! I'm on! Begin!
Dance in the wind!
Benediction
Air
light.
thrust! Its wings are lighting up!
It's getting ready to attack!
Is that an honest-to-goodness telegraph?
Tremendous power.
Don't face it head on.
Dragon Swarm! It's finished!
Let's do it!
Swallow Blade!
Dance in the wind!
Talon Hurricane! Destruction!
Smash you!
Air thrust!
Dragon Swarm!
Photon flood! Illuminate the
Now eat them!
Holy glimmer!
Catapult!
There you go!
Dragon Swarm!
Don't let up!
Destruction!
Elusive
Come on,
roll now! Rotating paragon!
Destruction!
Begin!
Raging storm!
First
Burn! I'm ready!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Dragon Swarm!
I'll face you!
Shining supernova! Raging cascade!
Dragon Swarm!
Whirlwind
Sleep
Cow!
Dragon Swarm!
Eat this!
Destruction!
I'm ready and ready!
Take this!
Let's go!
I can carve through armor!
Dragon Swarm!
Wind astral energy!
Destruction!
Dance in the wind!
On a roll now!
It looks like you got this one covered!
No further.
Dragon Swarm!
Blah 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 magic crossblade!
Blah, 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 magic crossblade.
Dance in the wind!
It was nice while it lasted.
Light astral
Take this!
Begin! This one's looking all wrapped up.
Don't be complacent. Do you know that word?
Yes, I'm not an idiot.
I'm not done!
Heal. I really
Getting stronger!
Quit being interrupted.
Dance
Watch
in
out!
the wind! The enemy is going all out!
You're mine!
Dragon Shout!
Illuminate the
Dragon
storm!
Swarm!
Holy glimmer!
Swallow Blade!
These fists have got your name on them.
Holy land!
I could do without this!
Yeah, appreciate the concern.
Dragon Swarm!
The sooner you stop thanking, the sooner you can...
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Raging cascade!
I'll finish you here and now! Burn! Far enough!
Take this!
Sleep now.
I'll tear you apart!
This'll come in
Balance
handy.
storm!
Here goes. All right.
Just destruct! I'm ready! Ridwell! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
I'm gonna name a few for me, Luca. Can't think of any off the top of my head.
With fauna like that, I'm impressed so many people from Thistleum made it through here alive.
Who's to say there weren't a whole lot more of them who didn't?
Well, at any rate, it should be a safer climb now that we've cleared the way a bit, right?
No. So long as people feel the need to face terrain this perilous, I'd say true safety's some way off.
You mean defeating Volran and putting an end to the crown contest, right? I guess that would be the best solution here, huh?
We've wasted enough time here already. Let's get going. Xion needs us.
How are we still not there yet? It feels like we've been climbing this mountain forever.
It helps if you try not to look up or down. All you need is silent determination. Talking too much will only waste energy and burn you out.
I'm too tired to look up or down, even if I wanted to.
Take care you don't fall, at least. Unless you want to make a Zoogel's day, that is.
Zoogles? Why would they care if I fell or not?
How would you feel if a 3-course meal fell right out of the sky at your feet?
Zoogle chow.
Law? Best not to listen to him if you can help it. You'll only be encouraging him if you do.
Tell me that before I listen next time.
Still, Dohalim has a point. One wrong step and it's curtains.
Wouldn't it be great if we could all fly like Hootle? I bet even the refugees who didn't make it would have made it to Thistleum that way.
Until we magically sprout wings, let's just watch where we're stepping instead, okay? Come on. Xion's waiting for us.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Dragon Swarm! Eat this! Destruction! Slash! Swallow Blade!
Infernal
Crush!
Dance in the wind!
Destruction!
Sleep
You're
now.
finished!
Get on in
Here
there
I
with the
come!
others.
You're finished!
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Dragon Swarm!
Shut him down!
Take it!
We are freaking invincible!
Falcon and the others truly are strong. What about me?
Infernal Punch!
Gale Force!
Like we're gonna lose to Small Fry.
Apparently I'm muted. How did I mute myself? So technically Dark Souls would qualify as a action game series in the same way that the Final Fantasy series would qualify as an action game series, aka not at all. It feels like it's sort of cheating the concept there.
Hey! Are you insane? What the hell were you thinking? I thought we were gonna die!
One simply needs to be bold and act with conviction in times such as these.
Did you know it was gonna be safe before you jumped? Because I sure didn't.
More or less. I figured there would likely be a basin here akin to most such waterfalls.
Don't just make people jump off cliffs on a hunch.
Okay, I didn't expect them to actually comment on that, but that was amusing. So you remember the worst cutscene in the game so far? Yeah, it was yesterday.
Are we ever gonna finish climbing this ladder?
What a thrill.
Considerable height. It's only natural that it will take some time.
That's not the problem here!
We are getting closer to the top, aren't we?
You've just got to keep your spirits up, Brimwell. Positive thinking is everything.
Oh my god. Anyways, so you know how the game also couldn't stop referencing the damn cutscene? Which just kind of made it worse.
We finally reached the top.
My limbs feel like they're about to fall off.
Already? You kids need to train more.
She's right. We don't have time to catch our breath.
Someone's got a lot of pep in his step.
So, I was firing up the game this morning, and I happened to notice that it had a description for the last few achievements that I got. They were fairly basic stuff, you know, do counterattacks, catch fish, get an artifact. One of the achievements was, and I quote, defeat Lord Almereda. A lone boy is all that stood between her and death by one of her victims. Yes, that's right. Even in the achievements,
Is it just me,
they
or is anyone
won't
else
stop
skittish?
referencing that freaking cutscene.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Nothing gets by me!
Smash you!
Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm!
Tunnel!
Swallow Blade! I'm on it! Talon Swallow Blade! Destruction! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed roll.
Dragon Swarm!
You got
Take
company.
this! It's over!
Destruction! I'm on a roll now. It was nice while it lasted.
Struck!
We got the advantage.
Good. Now we just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, because Law's on.
This one's all mine!
Lightning
Dragon
orb!
Swarm! You're mine! Destruction!
Lightning condemned!
It's over!
I probably mentioned, I was mentioning to a friend of mine how far I'd gone, and I asked him roughly how far he thinks we have left, for the sake of the schedule. As an aside, he mentioned that the upcoming chapter, not this one, but the one after this, is his least favorite chapter in the game.
Guess we don't know our own strength.
You could say that again!
So that's something to look forward to.
be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Not on my watch!
Swallow blade!
Instant swirl!
Begin.
Hey, one at a time!
New melody.
If it hides, just back it out again!
Destruction! Take this!
Lightning all surrounding us!
It's almost too strong.
Good morning, Luke.
Be my guest!
Now, take it through.
Benediction light. Take this!
Benediction light.
You're finished!
Eat this.
Take this!
The enemy wields art too.
We'll soon see about that.
That's a good question, Zacta, but only you can be the judge of that.
Destruction! No escape!
Come on, roll now.
Do it!
Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
And yeah, the whole problematic development thing is probably going to lead to the last chapter being very Xenogears. That's a prediction, not a statement of fact. So.
I sense a strange power from this.
We'll see, I suppose.
Guess I misread the landing.
Nice place.
We did it. We've reached the top of the mountain.
About damn time. My knees are singing symphonies over here.
Aren't you the one who's in shape?
There it is.
That's it. That's Pelagian, the seat of Volran's power.
So that's where Shion's being held?
Most likely.
Most likely.
That is what I said, yes.
Pelagian's still our best lead. So that's where we go, right?
Any advice before we head in there?
No.
No?
In the ancient tongue, Ganeth Heros means Fortress of Naught, though I fail to see what insight that nugget of trivia holds.
I guess I just thought you might have something we could use.
Since Volran became Lord, the only thing this realm has been known for is its shroud of secrecy. It is Volran's stronghold. All else is incidental. Just keep in mind that you can't be too careful inside.
Speaking of which, just how are all of us planning to get inside exactly?
It's not like there are any secret passages.
We've come this far. If there's no other way in, I guess we'll just have to use the front gate. Volran told us to come find him, which means he's expecting us. Let's do this the old-fashioned way.
Land of water or no, this place has a most curious atmosphere.
I'd be taking a dip in it if the circumstances were better.
Sorry, but we have to push through for now. Shion is waiting.
Yeah, I hear ya. A soak can wait.
Not since FF3, Zactaft.
I sure hope nothing bad's happened to Shion.
Keep those thoughts to yourself, Rinwell. Everyone's anxious enough as it is.
Sorry. It's just... I can't seem to stop thinking about it. What do you think it is that Volran wanted with her anyway?
Going by what he said back on Almadria's ship, it would appear his primary target is Alphen. Though, it's likely he hasn't forgotten the blow he sustained at Shion's hand either. That might even be what ignited his interest.
Yeah, did you see the way he reacted? It was like he was enjoying every moment. Even his pain at Shion's thorns. Oh, that guy's just creepy.
Let's just hope he's keeping his perverted tendencies in check.
What? Law? Don't say things like that.
It's not like we weren't all thinking it.
That's still no reason to...
All right, you two. Now that's enough already. Alphen shouldn't have to grit his teeth while he listens to you.
Oh.
Sorry.
Good morning, Blade Traval. I'd say good to very good so far, Pika. In fact, I'm pretty sure I gave it 3 positives. Let me double check that.
Yep. I swear I've seen that castle somewhere before. Right. I remember seeing it from the cliffs in Calaglia, across the sea.
You mean Volran's castle?
Yeah, that must have been it.
Geographically, it would make sense. It's most certainly large enough to be seen from afar.
Back then, I had Shion and Zephyr with me.
Well, we haven't lost Shion. We can still get her back, you know.
That's right. I won't let Volran take her away from us.
Hey, Steam Tears. Now, where were we? We just did curry. We've done soup. We haven't done steamed potatoes yet, I think. Although, I guess it doesn't matter. What I really want is the leaf wrapped. Oh, I have one sea bream. Let's hold off on that for now.
Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy.
Mind if I join you, Law?
Oh, hey, Alphen. What's up?
Nothing. I was just surprised to see you weren't training for once. Got a stomachache or something?
You know I don't literally train around the clock, right? I do take breaks.
Do you? It seems like you're training every chance you get.
Well, yeah, it can't be helped if I want to get stronger. Still, it's important to let your muscles rest every now and then. That's what my dad told me anyway.
It's actually true.
Zephyr said that?
When I was a little kid, yeah. I would get so excited whenever he came home. I always followed him wherever he went and tried to learn as much from him as I could. He said, it's good to be passionate, but don't overdo it. Just like there are times when you want to take a break from studying, sometimes your body wants to take a break from training too. I was always rushing around and forgetting to rest, so he ended up telling me that a lot.
That definitely sounds like him.
It's nothing to get sad over. Still, I can't help but wonder if that was my dad's way of teaching me the dangers of rushing into things too quickly. Then again, maybe I'm just overthinking things. I wish I'd had more time to talk to him about this kind of stuff. See you guys tomorrow.
I mean, that's very literally true. If you exercise too much, you will actually do your body damage. Not just in terms of muscles and joints, but your body will enter a form of crisis mode, and you'll start packing on fat. Yes, really.
I don't want Shion to get mad at us for dragging our feet.
Alphen?
She's the one that's kept us on track. Picked me up when I was down.
Sure.
I just thought she'd always be there.
Right, here goes! Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate the dark!
In a bind?
Take this!
Holy Land!
Crush!
Into everlasting
I'm ready!
Your blade moves like silk.
I just let my instincts take over.
How fascinating.
I'll be saving this one!
Crush! I'm not done!
I can do this all day!
Crush! Destruction!
Holy Land!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
I'd say Kisara is probably my favorite character so far. Followed fairly closely by Dohalim. Then Shion and Alphen. None of them have been annoying to me, though. None of the main characters. Now, that being said, Miss I'm Evil, haha, I have 3 cutscenes total. She was kind of irritating, mostly because she was a non-character.
Hi, Hoodle!
Dragon Swarm!
Now, they seem to have taken into account, although I swear my damage output has fallen behind the orange line, which is something I've been expecting this entire time, actually.
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm!
Yeah, I probably should do that.
Remind me to...
Renwell was definitely annoying for a bit, and I gave her a negative for it.
Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate the dark!
I'm ready! Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Claw!
We're a pretty lethal combination, aren't we?
What can I say? I had a good partner.
Like, I've been Korean methoding, and I'm definitely falling behind the orange line, inch by inch.
Dragon Swarm!
Which makes sense. I'm literally giving half experience, so...
I'll be saving Hurricane!
Come and face me! No escape!
It's
almost too strong!
Split it open!
Be my guest!
First strike! Watch it! Destruction! Here I go! Swallow blade!
Listen, Robostal, I think we can all agree... Hang on, let me get my bribe here. There we go. I think we can all agree that climate change is a myth, and there's no such thing as everything getting hotter every year, like half the hemisphere.
I'm ready! Now I can let loose!
It is a JRPG series, Pika.
Just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry!
God damn it, stop doing that.
Dragon Swarm!
Ah!
We did it!
Not a chance!
But it's a JRPG series.
Did you see?
Sure did. You were checking out Kisara from behind.
No, I wasn't!
Okay, Law's entering puberty, or going through puberty. It's normal, she's hot, whatever. You know what? I think I agree with you, DJT.
know what's good for you.
But for a specific reason. Can you guess what that reason is?
Resonate
Down
with
to
the
the
earth!
wind! Air
Stalagmite!
thrust! Photon! Lightning condensed! Thunderblast!
I'm surrounded! Talon Hurricane! All back in their defenses!
Raging! Glad you have your uses.
Air pressure! I'll show you how useful I can be!
Can you take it?
Tempest! We're in the home stretch, guys.
What she said. Eyes on the prize.
That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out?
Air pressure!
Lightning
I'll
orb!
tear you apart!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy
Benediction
glimmer! Holy lamp!
Now I can let loose!
Dragon
I don't think he's dead yet.
won't save you!
I'm on a roll! I think I'm getting stronger.
Do you remember the worst cutscene in the game, DJT? She actually goes in that scene from threatening Law with death to, nah, I'm cool, in the space of a few seconds. My point is that, as you say, she literally changes, just someone hits a switch. And while that could be argued in general, that cutscene shows it off in particular. You can say whatever you want about the heat of the moment. The fact is, up until that point, she was very X. And then the moment she walks over that point, she switches over to Y. Hey, more sea bream. Nice. So, yeah.
Hi, Hoodle!
Dragon Swarm! Begin! Storm!
Holy lamp!
Talon Hurricane! Destruction! I'll tear you apart!
Raging
I'll
storm!
finish you here and now! I'm ready! Anything in... Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Nice one, Alphin.
Yeah, there's more where that came from.
Ow! Dragon
Stay
Swarm!
calm. I shall provide assistance.
Far enough!
Holy glimmer!
Elusive deity.
Destruction!
If they rush you, you gotta jump for cover, okay?
Dragon Swarm! me see what I can do! Rotating pile driver! Dragon shell!
Take this! Dragon Swarm! You picked the wrong... Not a chance!
Eat this! On your knees! Come on, a roll now! Do it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
I'm not done!
Dragon Swarm!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! On your knees!
We're about at the 2/3 mark. So, very minor but extant spoilers, so if you want to plug your ears for about 20 seconds, this is a good time to do so. Maybe 3 seconds. Every Tales of game has a common thread. Well, actually, I have several common threads. One of those common threads is the fake-out ending. If you're paying attention, the Final Fantasy series kind of does this too, but not to the extent Tales of does. Tales of usually feels like there's this big whole arc, and then you're done, and then whoops, and then there's the rest of the game. And that's true in, like, every freaking... I shouldn't say literally every, but every Tales of game I've ever played has done that particular trick. So I am anticipating, with high certainty, that we're going to beat the game, which is go after Volran, beat the last of the 5 lords, which has been the story arc so far. Stop the crown game, and then whoop, and then we're going to play the rest of the game. We also haven't hit the freedom point yet. Most Tales of games have a pretty definitive freedom point. It's not quite the same as in Final Fantasy, but it's usually the go-do side quests point of the game. So by mere virtue of the fact that we haven't hit that point yet, I know that we're not actually all that far in. That being said, I anticipate finishing up hopefully by Tuesday at the latest.
But for a moment, one Ganeth Heros.
I hate to break it to you, man, but what you're saying isn't deep at all.
And yeah, some of them do it better and some of them do it worse, and shrug.
Gotta break through! Dragon Swarm! Destruction!
I mean, I've only reviewed 2 Tales of games so far, and both have followed a similar pattern. They do a lot right, and they do a lot wrong.
Take this!
Take this! Dragon Swarm!
Elusive deity!
It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Take this!
Raging storm!
Swallow dance!
Destruction!
Anything is
Already!
on!
Dohalim! In an instant!
Impact Claw!
Yeah, Vespera had several, to its detriment, I think.
Wow, that was a nice move there.
I know, right? Bet you couldn't do it.
So it's a grab here, thrust the left leg, then use the right arm to leverage over...
Stop memorizing my move!
No backing down!
Dragon Swarm!
It's more like I think the overworld themes are wrong.
I owe you one.
What I mean by that, and I've said this several times so far, the music in this game is actually quite good. I've already given it a positive, and I'm probably going to give it a second one at some point.
That's what my shield's for.
But the music direction is what I would consider honestly terrible.
Dragon, come one, come all.
I have no idea what music to use for what areas.
Being interrupted.
And I don't just mean in terms of storytelling. Like, sometimes there's some, areas, like I was just saying, where it's like, why is this playing for here? Like the overworlds.
Dragon Swarm! Now! We did it! Destruction!
There's always room for improvement.
Okay. No. But he did discover his one true purpose in life. That's actually that's a rather extreme example, but no, I agree completely. The Imperial March from Empire Strikes Back is a great song. you wouldn't play that during the Care Bears movie unless... Hang on, there's a caveat. You could do that properly in the Care Bears movie if you were going for either a parody or trying to emphasize the severity of a certain scene. But the other 99% of the time, no. Yeah, I know, but this is the equivalent of an overworld here at DJT, so shrug. I agree, though. You'll notice in the document I've been referring to them as zones, because I don't remember the names of them, but that's what they are. They're zones. So. Okay, so one moment. I need to do a little bit of work here. Okay, so I don't have that yet. There it is. Ah, here we go. Okay, so. I mean, I'm never going to do it, DJT. It takes so much effort to hit Control-R, Control-E, Control-F. And then you add on to that the fact that by using another ability, what I'm effectively doing is nerfing my damage output because those aren't level. That being said, what I'm probably going to do is put some tossers into the second thing for juggling. But then again, why even bother? The only enemies worth juggling are the bosses, and you can't juggle bosses in this game. So, never mind. I changed my mind. We're never doing that ever. Moving on. Alright, so, this needs to be... Well, that's an interesting question, Robostal. I tried playing this on a controller earlier, and I hated it. But, ironically, I think it would be better on a controller for certain characters. For Alphen, I feel it's better on mouse and keyboard, but for, Law, I think this actually plays better on controller. Because you need to have... Because you need to be moving around a lot more because of his substantially reduced range. I don't know, so it kind of depends. But since I'm playing Alvin... Yes, the rest of the mask has been destroyed. Yeah, I'm actually staring at a guide right now, Mickett, and reading about on some of the end game arts and what is required to unlock them. I think I have most of these. So, we have that there. That's our closer. What I should probably do is have this be that one. And then this be Severing Wind. Yeah, I'm not sure I disagree, Zamzine. For those of you not aware, in previous Tales of games, you could juggle and otherwise do things with bosses that you could with trash. Now... never mind. End statement. Now, let's see here. We've got Mirage. Duh. This is that tea I linked to you, by the way, Evo. It's very mild, but I like it. I'm also a little bit weirded out, though, because I can't taste it quite properly. Because, duh. I'll have to try it again at lunch. Because every morning I have to do a bit of a dental regime right now. And the result is my taste buds are weird a bit afterwards. I guess that's it for him, because that's unlocked by doing the Novice Solo Challenge, and that's unlocked by doing a main quest, which we're not at yet. So, that's that for him. Okay. We'll see how that works out for a bit. Go time out.
Let's see what you've got.
Dragon Swarm! Crumble! Wind!
Elusive deity!
Storm!
Lightning
Fire driver!
Illuminate the dark!
I'm on a roll
Blow
now!
away!
Ready to go!
Holy land!
I can carve through Dragon Swarm! Seismic Rupture!
Your blade moves like silk.
I just let my instincts take over.
I sure hope not, Kay.
Holy land!
Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Frost!
To achieve such harmony.
Takes a singular will.
For those of you who've never heard this before, I've actually never dodged lightning 200 times, and I probably never will. The one and only time I ever did a 100% playthrough, and I mean a no really 100% playthrough out of 10, I asked a friend of mine to do that for me. Which he rather kindly did. He didn't mind doing it because he's insane, I think. Well, this doesn't look like a boss arena. Seriously? No boss fight? Wow. Okay. No anything, apparently. There's nothing here. Huh. Alright, whatever. I don't know how to answer how his mask fell off.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
I know that sounds strange, but it's like, he was just like, I'm freaking out. And then the other guy's like, oh, I'm gonna kill you. And then the mask fell off. Well, no, it was more like blasted off, but whatever. I suppose he overran his power limiter, since it was obviously limiting him somehow. I mean, it was a pretty bad cutscene. In fact, I gave it a negative. Which is a shame, because I like the idea of what they were doing. Oh yeah, Budget Xenos was involved too.
An opponent like this should be easy. First strike!
Well, we know at least part of the purpose of the mask, yeah.
Raining Flash!
Wow, that is no range. Jesus. Part of the purpose was to prevent him from feeling pain, and also remove his memories.
Stand back!
That's a very specific mask. It's like a hell of an enchantment, isn't it?
Get on in there with the others!
I mean, there's a lot of Tales of games that are system locked, and I wouldn't mind getting future ports and proper remasters of some of those, you know? Sorry, proper remasters or future... Proper ports or future remasters of those. Jesus Christ. Yes, he now feels pain.
Well, looky here!
And he can remember his dark, terrible past. And turns out he's a mass-murdering psychopath. Kind of. Not really. Yeah, Zillya's stuck on the PS3. Fantasia, I think, is locked on the GBA and the SNES, if I remember correctly.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Vesperia was Xbox locked for a while. That finally got freed. What else? Abyss, which is locked on the 3DS. I feel like there's a couple other ones. The PS1 ones, maybe?
In a bind! Blow away! Wind! Captivity! Mirage! I'm ready for!
Sealed!
No escape!
I'll be saving this one!
Take this! Tempest! It's over! Catapult! I'm ready! Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Frost!
Well, the mask was magically sealed to him.
Takes a singular will.
If you asked me to guess what happened, I would say that the amount of raw power he can output, thanks to him being a successful sovereign prototype, is what actually allowed him to override the controls on the mask and blow it off. And the only reason he was able to access that power was because it was pushed there by Rexaroth and his desire to push him because evil and stupid. Not impressed with that character so far, by the way.
Little help!
Dragon Swarm! Talon Storm! Here I go! Away! Mirage! Take this! Rotating I'm not done!
Eagle I'll finish you here and now!
It's over!
Talon Hurricane!
Now!
It's over! Burn!
So what's the latest version of Fantasia not in Japan?
Dragon Swarm!
Your blade moves.
I couldn't think of his name, Kay, so I just went with the first one that came to mind.
It's over!
Talon Hurricane!
Ironically, no, the exact opposite, Evo.
Win! First strike!
Up and at 'em! Let's go!
You're mine! It's over!
Raging Cascade!
In a bind?
First strike! Take
In
this!
here!
Talon Storm!
Skip now!
Can you take
Here
it?
I come! Mirage!
Lightning Orb!
Great!
A mobile port. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I don't think mobile ports count for that kind of thing. Can I just say that? Because I mean it, so I'm not gonna lie about it. It's the truth. Mobile ports don't count. Mobile ports are nice. You know, I'm happy some people get phones and more, but that doesn't count for unlocking a game from a previous console, in my opinion. But why, Lore? Have you ever played a video game on a phone? Real video game?
Hi, Hoodle!
Dragon
I
Swarm!
can carve through armor!
Take this!
Hurricane!
Blew away!
I'm ready!
Mirage!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You
That's
don't
probably my favorite combo of the whole game so far. There's actually some really good ones in general. I really like that one.
All back in their defenses!
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Mirage!
Rotating
Prototyper! Dragon Swarm!
Inferno! Everlasting
Raging
darkness!
Cascade!
Negative kick!
Talon Storm! Raining Flash!
Get on in there with now!
Air pressure! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Nice one, Alphin!
Yeah, there's more where that came from.
Oh, Jesus, really, Noel? Oh my god. I know the Tales of series has just dived into DLCs and microtransactions, but good lord. Hey, Shadow Machine. You are Robo's
A
dog.
fish. You saw it too, right?
Oh, my back. Okay. I will go ahead and say that there is such a thing as a good mobile game. So go ahead and admit that. There's a reason I distinguish between mobile games and mobage. That being said, I do think they're in the severe minority. Go look at, what's the thing Apple does? I can't actually think of the name of it right now. Because there's a lot of actual games on that, which are surprisingly decent. And, you know, designed with a phone in mind, as opposed to just being mobage. But Apple Arcade, thank you. That's the one. Actually, I don't know if I ever said this out loud. I actually subscribed to Apple Arcade for a few months there to do my due diligence and see, you know, how mobile gaming had developed. And that was pretty much my findings. They had actual games on there. That was neat. They still suck to play because I'm still playing them on a phone, but at least they were games. Instead of, you know, garbage. Yeah, so I saw like a 1.5-minute video, Shadow Machine, which showed off the crystal Pokemon. And by showed off, I mean literally it was just images, or rather, like 3-second shots of them. So I know that there's crystal Pokemon, but that's about the extent of my knowledge. Or Seabream. Nice. Need to remember this for Seabream in the future. Let me get Shion back.
Judging by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch are all grown now.
If you could smell them from here, it's Impressive. I mean, the visuals in almost all the zones have been pretty legit. I've given several positives therefore, and with good reason. I did, in fact, Loner. I want to hunt that person down and punch them in the face until the blood stops coming out. What? Do you know how much money $100,000 is? I want you to do me a favor right now. I want you to kind of... I know most of you probably don't budget or think about your budget like I do. But I want you to just kind of vaguely think about how much it costs you a month to continue living. To pay the bills and keep the rent upkept, and to have food and a little bit extra for entertainment and other unnecessary expenses. Then I want you to think about that times 12, and then I want you to think about how about whatever number you just came up with is dwarfed by 100,000. Now, granted, I live relatively cheaply. I actually only spend about $9,000 a year in order to continue existing. But still... think about that for a second. Think about how long a year is. And then think about the fact that I could live for 10 years on the amount of money he's blown on some JPEGs on a piece of garbage mobage. I'll be right back. Yeah, like I said, Robo's tall. That is insane. And for the record, I blame him on that. I know you're thinking, but don't you blame Blizzard? No. What Blizzard did is predatory and horrible and awful. But he's the one who paid for it. Kind of hard to avoid that fact there. Wow, there's actually just straight up a puppy Pokemon now. I'm not sure what I think of that. I'm sure my niece will love that.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Just did.
Gosh, the castle's even larger once you get close to it.
What's that shining thing up top? A spirit vessel? It feels creepy, like it's watching over everything.
You think he knows we're here?
We'd best assume as much, yes.
What we have to do is simple. Just beat Volran and rescue Shion. That's it.
Try not to work yourself up too much. We have a lot of city and castle yet to traverse.
Why would I fight you, Luca? You clearly need institutionalization. We're gonna throw you into the Arkham Asylum. Yeah, all this looks really good. Which kind of irritates me just a little bit. Let's do that one.
This is a true masterpiece, no less than culinary art.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
I'll take watch tonight. It's okay. Before we go, do you guys have everything?
Yeah, that or the camera angle keeps changing, JT, but it's the same result,
there, guys.
either way.
Don't let your guard down.
I'm excited just thinking about us barging through the front gate.
Anybody else getting vibes of the Zora city in Skyward Sword here? Just me? Okay. Hi.
Are you Alfin and his companions?
Why would you think that?
You are the only one scheduled to arrive, and there are no unscheduled arrivals in Ganath Harrows. So I'll ask again, are you Alfin and his companions?
We are.
Then pass. Lord Volran is expecting you at Castle Delpharis.
Yeah, I did that months ago, Don Crow. Easier on my eyes. Well, that makes things easier?
Well, suppose it's rather nice of them to roll out the red carpet for us.
No, Don Crow. Sorry.
So we're supposed to meet him in there? What do we do now?
Let's see how things look around the city first. Then we'll make our way to the castle.
Well, Evo, as of right now, I'm thinking multiple positives for at least 4 of the characters, dynamic positives, and at least 1 positive for every character. Why even sink the boat at that point? What's the... whatever. You could just be like, I'm over here. Take your boat over here and meet me. Okay.
Not a slave in sight. Where is everyone? There aren't even any soldiers.
Something feels off. I don't like it.
Like the fact that the enemy could ambush us at any moment? Yeah, not crazy about that either.
No, not that. Something else.
That must be Volran's castle up ahead. I suppose we just walk right up to it then?
That's what the guard from before said. Now, if we only knew where they were keeping Shion, we could try to...
That's it!
Hmm?
That weird feeling. It's not just that the city is empty. It feels like no one lives here at all.
Now that you mention it, it does feel strangely... artificial. Think maybe it's a district just for the Renans alone?
With all this open space, seems unlikely.
Huh?
And yes, Evo.
Hey! You guys! What's going on?
What are those masks they're wearing?
What was that about? They were Danins, right?
That wasn't normal. Wait, You don't think it could have been the fruit of Helgen, do you?
No, they seem too docile. What about astral energy? Could you sense any coming from them?
No, and I'm pretty sure I could tell if it was. If not that, though, then what?
Speaking of which, it didn't look like there was anyone guarding them either.
They were headed for the castle. I have a bad feeling about those boats.
I get what you mean. It didn't feel like those folks are just commuting to work.
The waterway they're floating on appears to lead to Del Faris Castle. If we follow it, we may learn more about what's taking place here.
So, any ideas what the deal was with that boatload of weirdos?
Your guess is as good as mine. They looked like Danon slaves, but beyond that...
This city is grander and more beautiful than any other we've been to, yet...
I know what you mean. From the architecture right down to the people, something feels off somehow.
I've long maintained one can glean a lot about a ruler from their city. Considering how unsettling this place is, I'd say I wasn't far off the mark. Despite its surface layer of majesty, walking around inside, it feels more like a hollowed-out ruin.
I say we follow after that boat. If we're lucky, they might be in the mood to give us some answers.
Ironically, I would say that this city is more characterization we've gotten for Volran than all his appearances to date, which is fine, of course. That's certainly a method of characterization. We do know that the lords have a degree of, shall we say, personal customization in their realms.
This place gives me the creeps.
Law, your legs are shaking.
What? Liar?
Just kidding.
You...
And yes, I wouldn't mind having a paladin in my party, Zactaft. I imagine most people wouldn't mind that.
I've seen ghost towns that were more alive than this city. Where the hell did all the Danons and Renans go? Shion.
I think I agree with you, Loke. Far be it from me to posit the idea of there being no music in a video game, but... let's just test the theory live, shall we? Hi there, Terran.
There's nobody here either. Looks like the only building up ahead is the castle, but...
Now see, the caveat here, and of course I don't know the answer to this yet, is how long this section is. But it looks like it's not going to be that long of a section because there's no enemies, no NPC encounters, no nothing. This is just running through an empty town until we get to the actual dungeon. So this could work with no music.
No good. It's a dead end.
I don't relish our chances climbing. Or breaking through, for that matter.
And yet this seems to be the only way inside. Take a look around. There must be a switch or something to...
What? What is it this time?
Look! Over there!
Glory be to Volran. Glory be to Ganya. Glory be to Volran.
Astral energy? But then... that means...
Snap out of it! Can't you see what's happening? You're being deceived!
That's,
Please stop! You'll die!
Damn it!
Volran is killing you! You need to run! Please, get off the boat!
What just happened?
We're being summoned.
Summoned? By that murdering monster?
It's all a demonstration designed to provoke. To prove to us, no, to Alphen, just what he's capable of.
Kidnapping Shion. Killing all those people. If it's just me he's after, then why hurt them? Why do all this just to get at me? You hear me, Volran? Answer me!
actually, he probably doesn't hear you.
Alphen, this is not your fault. Don't give this to him.
I know. And I won't. My hands are stained with blood. But even so, if we're going to stop that bastard, then I need to keep going. Let's move.
Yeah, 2 guesses where she is, Evo. First 2 don't count. See, if I was doing this, if I was writing this game, I'd be much more evil about it.
Damn it.
How awful.
I'd make it so that the town, its electricity, runs entirely on astral art energy, which is never stored. In short, all of the technology doesn't really have any batteries, right? So any energy usage has to be freshly generated, which means anytime anything happens, it has to be generated. So I would have the heroes walk up and be like, "Let us in!" The villain's like, "Oh, you want me to open the door? No problem." And, you know, kills a few people. And then the door opens. Why would you do that? Well, you needed the energy to open the door, obviously.
All of those people in the boats. Do you think they had any idea what was going to happen to them?
They did a damn good job of concealing it if they did. You ask me, the only thing on their mind was following orders.
And I bet I can guess who from. Volran.
The only thing they knew was mindless oppression right to the very end. What kind of purpose is that? Living only to die at your master's whim?
Being a slave means having your whole life stolen from you. In the worst cases, quite literally. That bastard will get what's coming to him. I'll see to it he does.
You know, I'm glad this game is willing to make the brave stand to say that slavery is bad. Why would this be a functioning civil... nobody lives here, Kay. I'd probably make it just this guy, personally.
Is this what I think it is? Those people, they were all...
He's sick. Sick and deranged.
Remember this well. This is the true face of who we're up against.
Exactly, Evo. So yeah, there's a nice big silvery pool. I'll go and turn the music back on now. I think the point has been made. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't want to know how deep that particular pit is. Well, that was fast. Hi, Shion. Glory be to Volran.
Wait! Something's not right.
Yeah, we also know that Volran killed the previous lord relatively recently, and just kind of moved in and took over.
All alone. It's dark. Please help me.
Shion,
It's so dark. Everyone.
we came to save you. It's okay now.
I'm all alone. It's dark. Please help me. No.
Shion?
Lies.
Okay.
This situation just got prickly.
There is immense dark astral energy here. Far too potent to be the work of a single individual. It's possible Volran's manipulating her. We cannot tell from this far away. We need to be much closer.
Only to do that, first we need to get rid of the thorns. So we fight fire with fire! Unless you have a better idea.
I'm not done. Not a chance. Eat
Alone. I'm all alone.
Shion!
I can't die. But I also can't live.
Shion! Shion! We're coming for you! Won't let you down this time. This pain I feel. It's nothing compared to what you're going through. I won't let you go again. I can take whatever you give me. So please, open your eyes. Shion! Mirage! No escape!
I wonder how much effort she's been expending to keep all this under wraps this whole time.
The thorns just keep growing back. If this keeps up, then...
Please wake up, Shion! Come back to us!
I'm alone. Alone? I'm completely alone.
You're wrong.
Alvin!
She thinks we left her all alone. She can't see us or hear us. All of this. It's because I pulled away from you. Because I couldn't hold on to you. Shion. But you're not alone anymore. Law's here. And Rinwell too. Kisara. And Dohalim. And so am I. Believe me when I say, you are not alone. So please, don't give up on us. We will bear your thorns together. I swear it. Shion.
Also, this hurts like hell. Could you stop hugging me, please?
How many times do I have to tell you? Not to be so careless.
And then Volran shows up and stabs her. And she's dead.
There is no more time for us to rest.
Let us finish this.
Let's beat the final boss. You realize he can feel pain now, right? Like that, he probably shouldn't even be able to grip that. Seriously.
Let's go. Volran is waiting.
That's okay. All right. So,
Hey, Alphen?
oh my god.
What is it?
Can I pause this? I can pause this. Okay, pause. While that scene is fresh in your mind, I'm going to give it a negative, and I'm going to give it a positive. The negative is for presentation and placement. That scene is extremely badly placed in the narrative. It's just, all right, we're going to go in. Oh my god, something extremely horrifying. There's Shion, but I'll bring her back. No, we've been gone for like half an hour. Maybe. Really think about how long it's been since she got kidnapped. Okay, so boat, psh, wake up on the shore, go through the cliff dungeon, the overworld dungeon, walk through the city. We're here. That's it. What? It's just kind of a, it's what? Oh, yeah, hi, Shion. There's also the fact that, again, I agree with DJT's overall findings. I feel like this whole section feels extraordinarily rushed. Like, they're just like, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. I also think that one of the things that was bad was part of the presentation. Picture the same scene you just saw. Remove about 80% of the dialogue. So, she's there, kind of shuddering, closed. And he looks up at her, frowns, doesn't say anything. Doesn't give his stupid speech, just walks forward, pushes his way through the thorns, shoves his way through, pulls up, and pulls her into a hug. The only bit of dialogue I would give to him is a single line. She doesn't know we're here. Just a little bit of a thing to indicate, for those who didn't pick up onto it, the fact that she's got some kind of glamour on her so she can't perceive that they're present. So, he realizes the only way to reach her is to literally reach her, to do the thing that she herself has been so important to her entire arc, which is touch, right? Tactile sensation. So, he pushes through it all, pulls her into the hug. That breaks her out of it because she realizes someone's hugging her. That breaks through the facade. She breaks out of it. Everything's cool. Done. That would have improved the scene tremendously, in my opinion. And maybe put it at the end of the dungeon instead of the beginning, but whatever. Maybe there is no end of the dungeon. So that's why I think that's a positive and a negative, because I do like the core nugget of what was going on there. Him literally embracing her despite the pain it's causing him. And that being the thing that really connects with her, and her being so moved by that. I'm with that. That's cool. What I don't like is everything else. The dumb speech, the presentation problems, the initial part of the scene, and the placement of it. I know, Tara. I know. Every Tales of game I've played has not exactly been subtle. Which is funny, because it's not like they're badly written, it's just that certain aspects of the writing are very on the nose. Every now and again, Tales of games are just legitimately brilliant in their writing. Even this game has actually done that several times. There's been a lot of discussion on the realities of a post-revolution state, on how you have to actually work at it in order to maintain levels of actual equality between people, about how people are actually fairly complex, And they don't just, they don't just have a good side and an evil side, or the nature of, people's dynamic and relationships and blah, 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 blah. There's been some good writing in this game. There's also been some very, very amateur writing, or very blunt writing, or, as it's actually referred to, on the nose. Oh, I guess I can hit this while I type.
While I was away, what did you do?
I missed you.
Alphen. But after what happened because of me...
I got a glimpse of the real you. It was worth it. You could say the pain is some kind of reward.
No.
Some reward. You sure all that hurt hasn't done something to your head, too?
Hey now.
Is it just me, or are they...
It's been a while. They're just happy to see each other.
I know. I mean, it's fine.
We all express ourselves in different ways. Leave them be.
They should get a room.
Well, oof.
Shion.
Thanks. I'll be okay.
Just
Let's go.
giving me a 5-star... What? You saw that, right? I just got a 5-star boost despite having not fought an encounter in like 20 minutes. Okay. I don't even... Whatever. But notice what I mentioned earlier. Now she's in the empty spot, so the party is once again complete. Just checking a few things here. That's another interesting thing. On-the-nose writing isn't inherently bad. It tends to be bad, because it tends to be a shortcut for writing. Well, I could write this big, complex topic, or I could just say slavery bad. I mean, duh, right? Okay, slavery's a bad example of that, but sometimes on-the-nose writing actually does work. There are occasional episodes of Star Trek where there's something that they're very anvilicious about it, and it works, because the work is designed around being anvilicious about it. The work is designed that the anviliciousness is the point. And even in those cases, it's not too repetitive, which is always an issue. Anytime you do repetition in a narrative, you run the risk of that being a bad thing. So, that's its own issue. Oops. I mean, it's closer to an actual dress than anything she's been wearing this whole game, so we're gonna go ahead and leave her in that. Get rid of it. Sunglasses. Okay, I like that gun. Jesus.
We have to take Volran out.
Right.
Those things that came out of Shion are her thorns, right? She said they're made of dark astral energy.
She did. But those thorns are no astral art, and she cannot control them. Such immense astral energy, too. Just what are her thorns, really, I wonder? I suppose she might have an answer, but isn't yet ready to talk.
Shion.
Dohalim's fighting style is... what's the word I'm looking for? Subdued? No...
Do you mean elegant, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse, you can definitely tell he's cut from posh Renin cloth.
And he's not just skilled with the staff, either. He can also use astral arts, including healing ones. I can see how he made it to the position of a lord.
You flatter me. But my fighting techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that doing so is an effective means of drawing out my innermost strength.
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks. Guess that's why.
Still, it's a risk. Don't you ever worry you'll dodge at the wrong moment?
Then, it'll be just as well.
Huh?
It's nothing. Let us continue.
Yeah, I think this was supposed to trigger earlier, but we didn't have Shion in the party.
So, the Sovereign, the Renis Alma, the fate of Lenegus 300 years ago? Yes. That is a lot to take in, isn't it? I never realized the weight of the burden you were carrying.
I could say the same.
The person you kept mistaking me for. It was Naori, wasn't it? So, what do you think? Could I be her descendant?
It seems likely. You two do look very similar.
Kidnapping Shion, mistreating slaves, and who knows what other terrible deeds. Seriously? These so-called lords just think they can do whatever they like.
I am deeply ashamed to be one of their kind.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean you, Dohalim.
Do you think Volran could have been behind what just happened with Shion's thorns?
I'm not sure. If it was bait he needed, kidnapping her should have sufficed. Perhaps he had some other purpose in mind.
Her thorns aside, as a hostage, surely it would have made more sense to keep her close at hand. So why did he leave her unguarded?
If getting rid of Alphen was Volran's only priority, then he could have ambushed us directly. It's not as if he lacked the power. He chose not to, which means he's toying with us, prolonging Alphen's suffering as much as he can.
But why? What does Volran specifically have against Alphen? Is it because he's leading the Danan rebellion?
Oh.
Possibly. But try to see it from Volran's perspective. He'd do anything to win the crown contest, correct? Knowing that the true sovereign already exists somewhere is bound to ruffle his feathers. Have your paths crossed before, Alphen?
Only when I've been with you guys.
In the end, we just find more mysteries.
What isn't a mystery is how badly we're gonna beat this creep up once we find him.
What a simple and straightforward person you are, Law.
Way to give us a heart attack. I wasn't sure how that was gonna pan out for a while there.
I'm just glad everyone's safe. Really glad.
What about you, Shion? How are you feeling? He didn't do anything to you, did he?
The last thing I remember is being back on the ship. Back then. Seeing Alphen's pain return to him the moment he touched me. It brought me back to my childhood. The fear in people's eyes whenever they were around me. And the next thing I knew, darkness was welling up inside me. It was smothering me. I couldn't see anything anymore. I was all alone.
Shion.
You're okay now. You're safe, Shion. We're here with you. You're not alone any longer.
Thank you.
Yeah, if it's okay with you, I'm just gonna assume that nothing happened. Just kinda... There we go, we're good. Not just because of distaste, though, admittedly. He doesn't strike me as the type. Like, to use a parallel, Kefka would never do something like that. Kefka's deranged, and he's violent, but he's violent. You know what I mean? He just doesn't drift in that direction. Yeah, exactly. There's no interest. There's no nothing. It's just, yep, Stab.
Must be Volran's Imperial Guard.
They don't seem to be keeping lookout. More like they're waiting.
Oh well, the royal welcome was nice while it lasted.
Now time for a traditional dungeon.
Wait, we don't have a plan!
As far as law's concerned, this is the plan. Let's go!
I have a plan. Attack. Wait.
Open your eyes! This blind loyalty is just another form of slavery.
Glory be to Volran!
Yeah.
It's useless. They're
Duh.
brainwashed. Just like the Danon puppets we've dealt with outside.
Oh my god, can I please actually hit the thing I'm aiming at? Thank you, Dan. I don't get any vibes about that whatsoever, Terra. In fact, it never even occurred to me to until you mentioned it. That's kind of all I have to say about that, because I've never seen it, you know?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
That would actually be funny. Counter-argument. Glory be Lord Volran. Glory be Lord Volran. Glory be reunion.
Lightning Tiger Blade! On your knees! Dragon Swarm!
Dragon Shout! I'll be saving this one!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Personally, I'd still say the second Lord was the worst.
Begin!
Well, that didn't feel great. Those soldiers were just like the slaves, driven by a warped sense of loyalty.
Yeah, that was just about as hollow a victory as they come.
It's strange. I always thought loyalty was one of the greatest virtues out there. Now I'm not so sure. Is it simply a question of where your loyalties lie? Or is it fealty itself that's the problem?
No.
Maybe it only becomes a problem the moment you stop thinking for yourself.
So if we defeat Volran, you think they might learn to think independently again? Actually, no. Never mind. This isn't the time. We can worry about that after we finish the task at hand and defeat Volran.
Thank you, Kisara.
As expected, Volran's elite guards are quite formidable. Their equipment and training far exceed those of any foot soldier.
We need to be careful not to let them exhaust us before we reach Volran.
Kuja's palace looking place here. Anyways. I mean, the worst lord character-wise is the fourth one, but you asked, I assume, the worst lord, like, in terms of how evil they are. And for me, I'd go with Lord 2, again. There was an insidiousness to the way that the second lord not only broke everyone's spirit, but turned everyone against themselves, right? Whereas this is straight-up mind control. Horrible, to be assured, but very blunt when you get down to it. I'll be right back. Oh, and as to why I don't consider the Third Lord the worst. The Third Lord is a narrative cheat. If you have a character who you spend several scenes and works and efforts building up as an unsufferable, horrifically evil monster, and then you have this other character who just shows up on screen for like 10 seconds and like eats a puppy raw on camera while the puppy's still alive. And then you say, which of those characters is worse? The first character, because the second character is cheating.
It's over! The enemy will...
There is such a thing as establishing a character, but that is just straight up narrative cheating.
Try harder!
Lightning storm! Get into the wind!
We're just getting started!
Lightning contest! Illuminate the storm! Deliver! Holy
Dragon form!
Carve through!
I mean, I'd play that Pillars of Snow. Okay, that's a lie. No, I wouldn't. But I know people who would. Tony Walker.
It's over! Win! Take this! It's over! Mirage! You're finished!
Dragon down!
Resonate with you now!
Dragon form! On your Severing wind! Mirage! Dragon form!
Talon
Severing
hurricane!
wind!
Let's refrain from losing.
If you insist. Yes.
With such a huge area to search, where should we even begin?
I believe the largest, tallest structure would be best.
Yeah, seriously.
In
Up.
castles, you'll often find the things of most import are located in such areas.
Spoken like someone who used to own one.
A grandiose castle for a grandiose city. He really didn't cut any corners.
They're certainly akin to each other. And yet, I'd say the castle seems even more reflective of its owner's personality.
In what way?
It feels overbearing, tyrannical almost, but more than anything, merciless. As if any pretense to ease of living was sacrificed in favor of sending a message. One of domination and a thirst for total power. In other words, the perfect domicile for our power-crazed foe.
That's why he let us in. It's precisely the message he wanted to convey. Almost like he's mocking us.
That bastard's in the mood to play? We'll see who's laughing once we've taken him down a peg or two. Is it just me, or is the blazing sword burning even more brightly than before?
Yeah, as if the astral energy within it has become more powerful somehow.
It would appear Alphen has learned to harness his sovereign abilities to even greater effect.
Is that true, Alphen?
I'm not sure. I don't think I'm doing anything differently.
You're not. It's proof of your strengthened bond with Shion. No further explanations needed.
Oh man, for real? Nice!
For real?
Is that true?
How am I supposed to know?
Fat lot of good the two of you are.
I may have a theory or two I could offer.
Yeah, no. I think we're good.
Now that you mention it, though, I guess I have noticed a change. It's like there isn't as much resistance when energy's being siphoned from my master core.
Aha! So it is a bond thing! Aw, you guys!
Wait, what about your hand? That thing practically used to give you third-degree burns every time you wielded it, right?
Kisara's got a point. And if it's gotten even hotter since then...
I won't lie. The searing heat and pain are almost unbearable. Almost. When I'm fighting, I'm somehow able to endure it. It's like the sword becomes part of me or something. Like I can feel it pulsing through my chest. I can't describe it.
In other words, your heart burns with a flame more powerful than even that of the sword. Fascinating.
Yeah, take it from our resident poet laureate.
I know it's anime, but that's not how that works. All you're gonna do is slowly burn through your skin. Sorry, quickly burn through your skin. and then your muscles, at which point you'll no longer have the ability to grip the sword. Alright, I'm done. Moving on.
So where is he?
There's no sign of him here, so I can only assume he's waiting for us in his throne room.
What's with all the fake suspense? Why doesn't he just come out and face us?
Because we need to have a dungeon. Duh.
It's not like he's had any problem doing that in the past.
This is all one big game to him. He's probably savoring every last moment.
Like a Zoogle toying with its food before the kill. No wonder he doesn't have any friends.
This is all just a ploy to weaken his prey, wearing us down before the final ambush. It's all too well orchestrated to be anything else.
Alvin?
I'm fine. Once we defeat Volran, the final Master Core will be ours. With that, we can create the Renaissance and finally put an end to this whole nightmare.
I mean, honestly, at this point, let's just get on with it. I know, I'm supposed to Korean method, but can we just not?
Is the path being pulled up like some kind of drawbridge?
I'm guessing there's no way to kick it back down, huh?
Well, I guess we're gonna encounter that enemy, which is literally inside of me.
I suggest we search around and see what we uncover.
Yep, there it is. The frame.
Glory to Volran!
At least they're saying glory be to Volran when we fight them. That's something, you know? Little details.
Now you see what I can do!
Illuminate the dark!
Win!
Touch force! Holy
Take
river!
this! Mirage! Ready to go!
Resonate with the earth!
Illuminate the
I'm
dark!
not done!
Holy glitter!
I'm ready!
Holy land!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Yeah, I did, Zach Taft, although
My exploits are bearing fruit.
I know, it's magic, it's anime, I'm not supposed to think about it. Which has always struck me as an interesting defense. Don't think about it. It has always struck me as an automatic admission of guilt, essentially, when it comes to fiction. Because if you have to reach the point of don't think about it, maybe you should actually have consider that you have a problem there, you know? I don't know, it's just the way I think.
Ignite!
Radiant the dark!
Win! I'm on it! Mirage!
Elusive deity!
Lightning! Raging cascade!
Here I come!
Dance in the wind!
Blow away!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the pummeling to me! Take this!
Raining slash!
Raging
Blow
cascade!
away!
Benediction
Dragon Force!
Being interrupted!
Never
Hear
hear
it
it!
now!
You're mine!
Activity!
Mirage!
Elusive
Dragon
deity!
Force! It's over!
I'm on it!
We did it! Raining slash! We did it! My turn!
Lightning orb!
I'm not done!
Raging cascade!
Blow away! Raining slash! I'm ready! Raining slash! Here I come! Raining slash!
Resonate with the earth!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Rolling storm!
Lightning raging cascade! Slog! Demons descend!
Flashing fang!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
No, I do not, Zach Taft. But then again, I can't judge it without actually playing it, obviously. Now, what do you take me for? An internet critique? Critic. Internet critic. Oh, right, I should do that too.
It'll take more than this to stop us!
Perhaps they were trying to exhaust us?
It's on!
Glory to
I can carve through armor! I'm on it! Ready to blast!
Illuminate the dark! Come forward! Holy water!
The earth throbs in pain.
Look out, flyers!
I've got this! Let him marksman! That's my cue!
All yours! Shut him down! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Illuminate the dark!
Take this!
Radiant Volran!
Oh, it's you!
Do it!
Raining slash!
Blow away!
With this, I can become even stronger!
Sure hope I'm gonna have a use for that gold eventually. Probably will.
By the way, I wanted to say sorry for attacking you when we first met.
Fret not. If nothing else, it made our encounter that much more lively.
I know, but I've been meaning to apologize for a while now anyway.
At this stage, I'd say it's all in the past. If anything, I consider you a capable and trustworthy ally.
I'm honored to hear you say that. I'll do my best to live up to it.
Just leaving the dialogue window open so we don't skip the, actual conversation going on here.
Where are you going? I can shatter any speed!
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly! Here!
Take this!
Dragon
Form!
Never in the group!
Raining
Radiant
slash!
Raging storm!
Here I come!
There! Go! It's
On a roll now!
Great! Next!
Raging
Take this!
storm! Radiant
The enemy
retreat!
wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that! Back into the...
Eagle assault! There's always room for improvement.
You know the shame of it? I just had a random thought. If this was the final dungeon, which it super isn't, I would actually be okay with that.
Let's dispose of the trash.
It'd be a good overall length for the game.
Reload! Dragon
Take this! You're finished!
I'm out of ammo! Back into the fray!
Here I come! You're finished! Raining slash! You're mine! You're finished! Damn it! It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Strike! Talon storm! Radiant
I'm not done!
Light astral energy!
Blow away!
Lunar
Raining
corruption!
slash!
Lunar
Here I come!
Crumble!
It's over!
I'll finish you here and now!
You're mine!
Seal.
It's over!
I'll be saving this one!
I'm not done!
Hurricane!
Thunderblade! And a
Man, I'm kidding Pillager Snow.
I need to be stronger.
I think you're right, DJT. I've been watching my damage output rather carefully.
What's this thing?
Because it's me, and balancing is something I care about a lot when it comes to JRPGs in particular, and RPGs in general, and games in general. And I feel like, yeah, the game is just deliberately padding out its enemy design. I know that big armored guys are supposed to have armor, but even if I pop this...
lightning condemned!
If I can catch up to the enemy. Now that he's broken, now that we've broken his armor, just watch how little I'm chipping away at his health.
I'll finish you here and now!
Look at that.
Blow away!
Healing circle!
I really owe you.
Ask me again in a minute, DJT. I'm actually going to try a different strategy immediately after this fight. I'm curious of something.
You're mine!
To my knowledge, there is at least one more chapter after this. Probably at least 2.
Here I come! Inferno punch!
Any
The
injuries?
chapter is about 5-ish hours. Alright, so our pen stat is somewhere. 517, which puts us as the most penetration stat in the entire game. We haven't been able to afford a new sword since we started this chapter. The armor we got last chapter, she's up to date. She has a brand new weapon. She has a 1-chapter-old weapon. He has a 2-chapter-old weapon. He has a 1-chapter-old weapon, and she has a 2-chapter-old weapon. For perspective. The problem with that one, Mickett, is it's really hard to hit with. In fact, I think I've hit maybe 1/8 of the times I've attacked with it, which is why I've kind of started drifting out of using it. It's extraordinarily short range, and it's very easy to be pushed out of range or if the enemy to just wander out of range. That's the problem, Terra. I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. No offense to your friend. But that is the problem. Right there. Too many people prefer a game be lengthy, either because they want to make sure that they get their value out of it, or because they want to use up a certain amount of time because that's their goal, or whatever. I'm pretty sure I am actually in the minority on that one. I'm not saying I'm alone in this, but in my experience over the decades of looking into game design, most people don't care about the density of a game. They care about the quantity of a game. I mean, how many... I've said this so many times. How many games, not just RPGs, is it literally... Oh, on bosses, I'm going to use the crap out of it. How many games is the length of the game a selling point? Something they literally put in the marketing spiel. Something they literally put on the back of the box. In fact, if I pull up if I pull up Steam right now... Hang on. Okay, to my surprise, Tales of Arise does not actually list the length of the game in the sales blurb. I'm actually surprised by that, because that's a really common thing I've noticed in games. Over 40 plus hours of such and such. Over 80 plus hours of such and such, etc. And again, I don't mean to harangue, and I don't mean to sound elitist. It just irritates the snot out of me. Because the fact that so many people prefer a longer game has directly contributed to bad game design for decades. Because people will focus, developers, this is not presumption, this is fact. Developers will prioritize padding out the game versus improving the game. What am I doing? I was going to do something. Right. I was going to try something with you. I think it's you. Maybe not. Maybe it isn't you. Never mind. Keep doing everything again. Oh, there it is. Okay, perfect. Let's try that for a bit. Actually, I'm going to do one other thing, too, while we're here. Just for the hell of it. No kidding, Dartharan. And that's another thing, too. A long game isn't necessarily where... Some people thought that I have this... It's understandable why some of my viewers used to think, I don't think I have this reputation anymore, that I don't like long games. That's absolutely not the truth. I don't like padded games. There are plenty of long games that use their length properly and are good across a huge length of the game. Worth 57 CP. New equipment. That's usually worth it. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins is honestly a perfect example of a game that is quite long. Especially if you include Awakening in it, which I do. And is awesome. There are some elements of padding in DAO. But DAO overall is a dense game, not a padded one.
Get lost! Smash you!
Is that really hard? Now I've seen everything. I'm out of ammo.
Flying freak! What can we just sit still?
Xion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! My turn!
Did that do damage? Like, logically it did.
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
That's a good question, DJT. Or maybe if they didn't get hit with the COVID problem that, you know, everybody got hit with.
I'm out of ammo.
You know, the irony, Renegade to be, and Kira White Noise, is I agree with both of you. Unity would be better if it was about half the length it is. And it is only about 35 hours long. This is something I've talked about several times too. In fact, we've actually had examples, to my great joy, of this side by side in the course of a review. We've had situations where we've gone through a game that was about 15 hours, which felt too long, which felt padded.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
We've also gone through games that are close to 30 hours long, immediately alongside that game, which didn't feel too long at all. Again, the length of the game isn't the problem. Like in any direction. Imagine, if you will, for a moment, this is going to sound strange, an NES game that's like 5 hours long. Like, I know that sounds strange, but like, picture a really basic NES game. Something that's like Kickle Cubicle, right? Or maybe even just the original Super Mario Brothers or whatever. And imagine that that is a 5-hour game. Going through such relatively basic and simplistic gameplay over and over and over and over and over and over again. The length isn't the point, one way or the other. What am I doing?
Hey, didn't we come through here earlier?
No.
That's... Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know where we are anymore.
Everything around us looks the same. It's easy to get turned around.
I haven't had that issue in this dungeon. Now, the Rock Castle. Solomon's Key. Oh, wow. That's an interesting one. Hello, former boss monster. Well.
Let's dispose of the trash. Come on!
Spamming up. Or it could run away from me. Stop running away from me.
Take this!
Killing is fair!
I can carve through armor!
Not on my watch!
We've got flyers!
I've got this! Let us march and handle it!
All yours! Nice!
The enemy wields arcs too.
You'll soon see about that.
That's spot.
Just has such short range. That uppercut move, that one. I guess that's the trade-off.
You're mine.
Dragon Sword! Severing Wind!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
See, I'd also say Witcher 3 never felt like it was padded, but I've also never played all the way through Witcher 3 without cheating, so I can't say that definitively.
Take
I never will, while we're on the subject.
You're mine! Here I come! You're mine! You're mine! It's over! It's over! You're ours! You're mine!
Spider-Man PS4 is a good example of a non-padded game that's decently long. I'm trying to think of long games that aren't padded, or at least aren't very padded. Because again, even every game has some form of padding, right?
Dragon Swarm!
FF6 is like a 15-hour game, and it's only that long because of random encounters and some grind issues.
You're finished!
Watch it!
Severing
Not
Wind!
my finest!
You'll pay for that! Mirage! Dragon Swarm!
I'll bring them back from death to bed. Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous!
Lightning Slash!
One last one!
No escape!
Not done yet!
Hit! Here's another!
Why?
Blew away!
I mean, a game getting good at a certain point is fairly normal, but you're right, that's another very common problem, is sometimes you have to invest way too much time into a game for it to get good. And, I mean, we're adults.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
We don't have that much time in our lives. Whether we should or not, well,
Anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
that's
Ridwell's
debatable.
right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
Yeah, Tales of the Abyss is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. But again, how much of that is acceptable and how much of it isn't, it's a little bit debatable. As it always is. No, what did they change, Liberated? Or do you have a link to a patch note, which I could read later? Because that sounds like exactly the opposite of what I want in a pixel remaster. It gets good at the 100-hour mark. I mean, one of the common defenses of MMOs is it gets good at a certain point. Because it's true. Guild Wars 2, Final Fantasy XIV, and Star Trek Online all have the same problem of they get good after you get past the crap. Wow, Liberated Phoenix. That sounds awful. That... Yeah, when FF14 gets good is debatable, although most people would argue Heavensward. But you can't skip ARR. You'll notice I didn't mention WoW. That's because WoW actually has a built-in mechanism to skip the old crap content, if you choose to. You can still go do it if you want to, but... Wow. That's terrible, Liberated. Well, whatever. I'm the person who didn't want them to do a remaster of that version of the game. Anyways, so what the hell do I know? I know, right, Tyron? All these years later, and the Romulan arc is still one of the best intros. Oh, absolutely, Umbral Magnus. In fact, several video games and other fictional settings do the exact same thing. You use a time machine, it's type 2 time travel. You use time portals, it's type 1 time travel. That is a direct example of something. To name just one. Admittedly, I haven't played the FF4 Pixel Remaster, so I can't speak personally on that. I disagree with their entire approach with the Pixel Remasters. If I wanted to play FF4 on the SNES, then I would play FF4 on the SNES. But that's whatever. I mean, I can't hook up my SNES either. Pillars of Snow. That's a fair point, though. You know what? You're right. I'm gonna go play FF4 on my PS4 that I own. Oh, wait!
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
No, it's okay. I'll play it on the Switch. Gosh, can't do that either, can I? Squirrels for brains. Really? Okay.
Little help!
Dragon Swarm!
I can't argue that, Pillars of Snow. So I suppose I'm not going to.
Here goes! Take that!
I wouldn't mind as much if they would actually remake their goddamn games instead of porting them over and over.
Freaking does it!
And that's just my thought in a nutshell. It frustrates me to see them do one thing without doing the other, put simply.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Searing flame! Reload! I'm out back into the fray! Radiant!
Yeah, I probably should. Much easier money, yes. Since we all know the only thing that matters when it comes to game development is money.
I'm all stuffed up!
I mean, we need to think about our quarterly reports. Those investors need that extra money, okay? That's what keeps the United States market going.
Hey, anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Ridwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
Anybody in chat want to guess what the largest, I guess, market is in the United States? Largest industry? However you want to define that. Just off the top of your head. Because it's investment. I'm just gonna say, it's investment. The investment industry is colossal and huge and stupid. Finance? Oh, I mean, yeah. Military? Nope. Especially not these days. No, the investment industry is stupid big. And the problem there is that an enormous amount of the United States sits on that industry. Like, even down to basic things like making sure that cities keep functioning. But, whatever. I mean, finance I would consider a subdivision of investment, so yeah, sure, I'm with it. Let's go right this time. If you're wondering why I roll my eyes a bit, other than the obvious reasons, it's very short-sighted.
Flame inside me! To be let free!
Here I go!
And it's been causing a lot of issues in the country over the last 60 years.
We got fire!
I got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours! You're mine! You're finished! Talon Hurricane!
I'm on!
Hold nothing back!
Hey, everyone in chat. Do you think the enemies take too long to kill?
It's over!
Too much health, too much armor, whatever the specific is.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Now! You're mine!
Well, it's okay, Umbral Magnus. It gets good after 500 hours.
That's my cue.
Yeah, the fact that the armored guys are the normal encounter in here is just one of the most blatant examples of padding I can think of off the top of my head. At best, what should happen is maybe one armored guy along with other types of enemies to take advantage of encounter design. Instead, it's just armored guys, armored guys, armored guys, armored guys, armored guys.
Looks like some solid equipment.
Now, you're probably wondering why I asked that question. See this difficulty we're set to? This is actually a DLC difficulty. It's free DLC. It's easier than story difficulty. Now, what does difficulty change in this game? Well, it changes 3 things. It changes the HP the enemy has, the damage the enemy does, and how much experience and SP we get at the end of the fight. So the enemy has the least amount of HP possible. In fact, just for the hell of it, not these guys. Next, let's do a guard fight with the difficulty turned up. That's a bad example. Alright, don't block the door. Oh my god. I am level 30 something. They are level 31, 32, and 33.
You! Here comes! Raining slug!
I'm not done! Be careful, everyone! This one isn't normal! Win!
Now! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
An astral arch?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Its
armor's too strong!
Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest!
Now!
Dragons! Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Oh, I'm dead.
I owe you one. Take this!
Go get him!
Dragon swarm! Blow away! Take this!
Here's the evil!
It's over!
Let's give it a whirl!
Mirage! Now!
Here comes!
Mirage! Here I come! It's over! Raining slash! Blow away!
I do think it's at least partially an armor thing, because the way we have to penetrate armor, other than the stat, which I'm not sure of the specifics of that, is his special ability, which we can only use periodically thanks to it needing to be charged through an action. So he can't always use that ability. And we certainly can't kill them before the cooldown runs out, and then we're just stuck plinking at them again. I actually think we're running into several competing problems here. There's the damage output we're limited by, there's the HP they have, there's the armor they have, and there's the fact that we can't push through that armor except periodically. By the way, we're level 33, fighting 31s, 32s, and 33s. So, I'm going to change something up here because this didn't work at all. Or no, not that, this. Wait.
Hey, Xion? Do you, you know...
What is it?
Do you remember that conversation we had after Almadria... You know. If you hadn't given me that advice that day, I don't know if I'd be standing here talking with you. So, thanks.
Anytime, Rinwell.
Possibly Blade Interval. I would like to think I've been doing my due diligence on trying to be as efficient with my skill usage, as well as setting up my party members as best as I possibly can. But I guarantee you I'm going to get some asshole in the YouTube comments who's going to be like, all you have to do is change this 15 things and do this very specific thing in this very specific order because you're playing wrong. And because you're playing wrong, it's making the game worse, and that's on you, Laura. It's not the game's fault that you give it negatives, it's your fault. So whoever you are, do me a favor, just don't leave the comment. Because I don't care.
Hey, look at that enemy. It's shining.
That's what I want to fight. A shining armored dude. We've also got a little bit of the Dragon Quest VII problem, for a different reason, but it's the same problem.
Blow away! You're mine!
I'm out of ammo! Back into the fray!
Flying Sion, can you take
It is my fault, obviously. I mean, just look at my YouTube comment sections.
You're finished!
Yes, so the Dragon Quest VII problem. In Dragon Quest VII, enemies are visible in the overworld, and you can dodge them. Now you might think, oh, that's cool, and Laura, you usually tend to give positives for that kind of thing. But you'll notice I haven't given a positive for this game. It's because you can't really dodge enemies. Not really. The terrain isn't designed for it, and the enemy encounter boxes are huge. It's basically a technically...
Got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
In Dragon Quest VII specifically, it's the same problem from a different perspective. In Dragon Quest VII, all the corridors you're going through are very narrow, and the enemies will lunge at you, rapid fire, usually from off-screen. So it's possible to dodge enemy encounters, but not really. You noticed earlier I am capable to kite some enemies when I got a nice big open room to do it in. But in general, nah. Encounters are encounters. Yeah, no, I'm good. Oh, there you go. I knew it. There's something I'm doing wrong. I should mention that one of the things I've thought about doing is just what I'm going to do right now. We'll see how this works out.
I'm only getting started.
I'm on it! Talent
Reload! Thunder field! I'm out of it. I'm all stocked up.
You're done! Flash!
Raging storm! Here! Take
Try harder! Take this!
Back into the field! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land! Illuminate the dark! Radiant come forth! Holy glimmer! Glacier, let the marksman handle this! Shining supernova! Searing flame! I'm out of it! Thunder field! Searing flame! Reload! Searing flame! Reload! I'm out of it! I'm all stocked up! Thunder field!
I'm already thinking this is a failed idea.
Here I go! Here goes!
Oh, sure.
Field! Illuminate the dark! I'm all
Oh,
covered
that
up!
counted, of course.
Transform!
Whatever.
Blow away!
Flame! Reload!
Blow away!
I've used a bit too much healing.
So, you know what? Rather than be snarky, as much as I like being snarky, I actually don't. Let me just ask bluntly, what about this combat is about countering Renegade Divi? Just explain it to me as if I'm a 5-year-old. And dumb and stupid and terrible, which should be pretty easy since I am both 5 years old and dumb and stupid and terrible.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy
Ready!
glimmer! It's over!
Dragon Form!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Is this what real pain feels like?
This world! More Radiant!
I don't even care enough to res, honestly.
Radiant! Don't get in my way! Shining supernova!
Yeah, they got this. Well, maybe they don't.
Here I go!
Ugh. Get up.
I can carve through!
I'll take it from here.
That's a new one.
How you handle this?
I don't think we've ever seen hers.
Take it!
Take this! It's over! You're mine! Dragon Form!
Illuminate the dark!
Ready, flash!
God, we haven't killed anything yet, have we?
Not in your dreams.
I never miss!
Ready, flash! Win!
I'm all set!
Take this! More with
Come on!
from
to be stronger.
Okay, so that is what I thought you meant, Renegade, to me. Allow me to professionally disagree with you. I haven't found perfect dodging to be potentially useful in this entire playthrough. I've done it several times, but A, in the visual chaos, it's a little hard to see. B, the enemies don't always target you. C, the game tends to be a little bit persnickety about what qualifies as you dodging the enemy attack, especially if they're not actually targeting you. And D, the counterattack doesn't seem to really do anything. It's it's barely better than a regular attack, and certainly not worth actually bothering to try and focus thereon. Where's my friggin' things? There they are. I will give you the chaining. Although I've never actually figured out a good method to chain, probably just because I'm too stupid to. Hi, Dr. Winter. Probably not worth 50 CP. Or 2 lemon drops, which is what that actually cost. Excuse me, orange drops. Use. Actually, over here. You know what? We'll do it on these guys. So let's see how bad this really gets. Let's turn it all the way up. Let's fight some armored dudes. Just 2.
Little help!
Volran! Dragon Swarm!
Raging Storm!
I'm on it! This is looking good! I can't move!
We're dead.
I'm out of ammo! Ready!
First strike! All edge here!
Resuscitation!
Talon Storm!
I'm all stopped up! Shining Supernova!
Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm! You're mine!
Here, let me know!
I legitimately didn't see what hit me there. So I can't actually answer that question.
You're mine! Mirage! Crumble! Talon Storm!
Raging Storm!
Dragon Swarm! Put a flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
Thanks so much!
You're finished!
Thunder
Astro Arc!
That's my cue!
You're mine! Shut him down! Carve through all! Dragon Swarm!
Shining
Win!
Supernova! Will this help?
Mirage! Dragon Swarm! Any more of this and I'll burn out! Ignite!
Back into the
Dragon Swarm! You'll pay for that! Blow away! Here I come! To dust!
Denied!
Raging Storm!
Kisara! Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Illuminate the
None
dark!
chance!
Come forth!
Dragon Shout!
Not on my watch!
Blow away!
Shining
Dragon
Supernova!
Swarm!
More with that
Blow
hurricane!
away! Infiltrating!
Raging Storm!
Severing Wing! Here I come! Mirage! Is this what real pain feels like?
Talon Hurricane!
Talon Hurricane! Inferno Punch!
I can't lose! Can't reload! I'm out of it! Everyone,
should
get
do it.
back! It's too dangerous! Searing
Leave the charges to me!
Holy Land! Radiant here!
No more playing nice!
Sorry!
Dragon! Stay away from my friend!
Let you all down.
Searing
Dragon
flame!
Swarm!
Reload!
Win!
If it's in the sky, do it! Shion,
Go for it!
prepare to crumble!
Hey, anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Ridwell's right.
Anyways, that's them with much more HP. Which is just whatever. So here's the thing.
Back to regroup and try again later.
Lest you think I'm just a terrible reviewer who has no idea what he's talking about. Which is what all my YouTube commenters think. I'm gonna go ahead and say, that's a lie, that's a lie. I really hate my YouTube comment section some days. And I shouldn't, because 99% of it is cool. There's always just that one asshole. You know what I mean? Maybe you don't know what I mean, but like, on the Hades review, for example, there was one asshole. Just the one. Just the one. I hate those people. I hate assholes. I know. Shocking statement. I do think this is more of a problem with this dungeon than with the entire game. Obviously, the encounter design and the enemy design just isn't there for most of the game. There's effectively no real enemy variety, and there's no attempt at actually making good encounters the entire game. But this dungeon is actually the problem. I've been fine with the game and the combat up until this freaking dungeon, and this is just insane.
Dragon Swarm!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
So, yes, this dungeon will be getting negatives. I'm leaning towards at least 2, possibly 3.
Raining Slash!
That's what I'm here for, Mike Kamano. You know what else I'm here for, Mike Kamano? Asking you to put your money towards something else, because I couldn't get Hexed running.
Even after everything you've been through.
Sorry.
I wouldn't say I'm strong. I don't know what would have happened to me if I'd stayed alone.
I
Oh,
think you would have
Jesus.
endured. As long as you remember you're never truly alone, that thought can get you through a lot. See? Even Hoodle knows you're not alone.
Is it literally? It is. Wow. It's literally just copy-paste from the other wing. Sorry, Mike Kamano. I tried this morning. Bought it fresh and everything. Yeah. The dice. Nope. Yep, didn't think I could squeeze through there. And yeah, I was actually just thinking that, Loke. Like, maybe they want this to be this samey, identical, boring, sloggy dungeon on purpose because, you know, oh, it's a character thing. It doesn't make it better, though. It just makes it deliberately bad. At best, that would be a plus to story and a negatives to gameplay. It's not in this case, but I'm just saying, in an ideal circumstance, that's as good as it would get.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm only getting one.
Wow, that did like a sliver of his health. Wow! I remind you, they have minimum HP right now.
I'm out of ammo. Watch him bleed.
Take this!
Illuminate the
Swarm! I'll finish you here and now! It's over! Big Blast! Right in this!
Illuminate the dark. Come down, holy glimmer.
Raining Slash! Flew away! Talon Hurricane! In a bind? Raining Slash!
You know what's funny? One of the things I praised earlier was how punchy and quick the combat was. You get into combat, smash through an intense, fun fight, and then get right back out of combat easily. No padding, no slog. It was something I was actually praising about the game. Just...
I'll crush you!
Did you know I have equipment on me, Blade Cheval, that increases my damage output by a percentage to try and do more damage?
Talon Storm! Raining Slash! I'm just getting started! Severing Wing! Eagle Fly! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
A hard-won victory.
So let's see. Black the Fall? Okay. What the heck is this? Okay, Black the Fall it is. I'll shut up, God, Atlas, you don't have to yell at me. I'm doing my best, man. I'll admit this dungeon's putting me in an extraordinarily bad mood, though. Which is funny, because we were literally just having our discussion about padding and making a game longer as a sales pitch thing. And here we are. You know, oh god, I would kill everyone. I'll kill everyone! I mean, alright. For a donut, I mean. I would say I'm not going to kill him for no reason. You gotta have a reason to commit wanton murder. You know what really irritates me? Hypothetical question. Do you think this dungeon is long and padded and sloggy because they were rushed and running out of development time, or because this is a fake-out final dungeon? I should probably mention these are not mutually exclusive.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Good news is it's almost over. I mean, fake-out final dungeons can and have been awesome. One of my favorite dungeons in FF6 is the Floating Continent.
You'll soon see about that.
Probably because, you know, behind-the-scenes perspective, it was actually designed to be the final dungeon. And then, coincidentally, they had more development time, and it's like, well, let's just keep going. This was never intended to be the final dungeon. They knew walking in this wasn't going to be the final dungeon. So this is
Don't get careless.
not quite as well designed. Nope.
Hi, Hoodle.
Good morning, Ross. So, okay, so let's talk this out. So far I'm thinking 2 negatives for this dungeon. One is for the enemy problem, the padding. The other is for the repetitious and literally copy-paste dungeon design. Thoughts? I could easily be talked into a second negative for the padding problem, because it's so bad here that we've been stuck in this one dungeon, which I remind you is...
Shut him down!
4 rooms total, or rather 4 zones total. And we've been stuck in here for about, looks like about 45 minutes, give or take. This is bad. No, seriously, there's the entryway. You go left, then up, hit a switch. Then there's the entryway. You go right, up, and you hit a switch. That's it. That's been the whole dungeon so far. Also true, Tyron. They started the dungeon with the big "You are not alone" scene.
Looks like we won.
Although I'm pretty sure at the end of the dungeon, because there's the heal spot, which usually predates the boss. Where are you? There you are. We now have a Hootie doll thing.
You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
Yeah, you know what? You talked me into it. You know, we've never given a negative to a game for enemy variety before, that I think of, actually. Before I say that, let me double check that. Let me pull up the sheet. The audit sheet. Let's see, enemy variety. Right here. Oh, I'm wrong. We have given enemy variety negatives before. Yeah. To Drakengard. And what is that guy? I can't tell what that game is. Mega Man X6. Yeah, no, that tracks. Oh, hang on, there's another one. What's this one? Albion. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I guess we have some precedents here, don't we? Yeah, so... yeah, alright. No, I agree. Negative to enemy variety. By the way, you might find this funny, Darth Tyrant. Another game we gave a negative, obviously it's not valid anymore, but in the past, another game we gave a negative for enemy variety is Tor. Tor has enemy variety. That's an interesting question. How many enemy types are there in Tor? 2? No, sorry, 3. There's monster, there's person with gun, and there's person with melee weapon. No, really, think about it. Recolors do not automatically get negatives, no. Because recoloring can be used to good effect. In fact, I've even seen recoloring be used to good effect in JRPGs. I can point to one example right off the top of my head, Kingdom Hearts, which uses recolored enemies to good design. But that's also because most of those recolors are rejiggered a bit. Again, enemy variety and encounter design are both so tightly bound to each other. And I'm going to go to the example of this because of Doom. In the original Doom, there's what, like 8 different types of enemies? But it's the combinations of enemies that really make the encounters interesting. Kingdom Hearts does a similar thing. It tends to have, okay, here's a stronger Heartless, or here's a stronger this particular thing, here's a stronger this particular thing. But it varies up what they're encountered with what other things. Good encounter design. It basically takes the place of the enemy variety itself. So, did I save? Oh, whatever, let's just save. I did not save. And yeah, Metroid Dread is actually another good example of that kind of thing. There are plenty of games which actually don't have much enemy variety, but make up for it in the composition, in the encounter design. I look forward to going back through the FFs and really thinking about enemy variety and encounter design, because we weren't the last time we reviewed them. That wasn't even something that we were considering. I mean, I bet it would sell like gangbusters, Pillars of Snow. Touch up the translation, put it in full 2D sprite work.
What is this
I'd kind of be okay with that.
Look! Over there!
After all, they are actually doing a proper remake of FS7. Wait, what? Where's Volran? Why am I fighting another behemoth?
Ah, the old roaring beast welcome, eh? No class.
Look sharp, everyone!
Whatever, let's try out our uppercut strategy, shall we? Head-On actually also had good enemy composition, that's correct. It also had bad enemy composition in some areas, but it did also have good enemy encounter. By the way, that roar thing, I decided to give it its own separate negative. Think about how many encounters there's been a boss that just roars, and it stuns you while it's roaring. And that's it.
Here's a healing arc.
That's it.
This ends now!
It's just wasting your time. And nothing else. He doesn't attack you while you're stunned. It's not like a prelude to an attack. Yeah, it's literally just a pause. It's like someone just said, hang on. Okay, the fight can continue. And it's been that way the whole game. That's been so... Yeah, look. Pause. Pause. Okay, back into it. Hang on. Okay, I also got paralyzed that time, but still.
Illuminate the door! Come forth! Holy... This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
I don't think I've seen that one before. That was a cool one.
Raging storm!
Blew away.
There's something in the tower!
Hey, hey! We didn't ask for a replacement!
Really? Really?
Easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Well, I'm dead. Couldn't move on that one. And, okay, so that was a bad example of it, look. But at the beginning of the fight, ignore one I pointed out. At the beginning of the fight, there was a moment where he just roared, and nothing happened. He was just like, "Rah." Okay, let's go. And again, they've been doing that the entire game. But you're correct. The time in which I pointed it out, I was wrong because I was guessing.
Thanks so much! Here it goes!
Can I, like, not be targeting the thing with a billion health? Game?
This is looking good.
Jesus Christ, this goddamn game. I'm sorry, like, I've been enjoying this game. It's just my tolerance has just plummeted because of all the crap I've been dealing with this dungeon. Just, ugh. Okay. I'm okay. Let's get back into the fight.
Blew away.
This dungeon's been bad. I apologize for my mood. Let's get back into it. Surely the payoff will be worth it. Okay, there you go. That's a pause. That's what I was talking about right there. Just a straight up pause.
Kill anyone's fight.
Okay, back to the fight.
Blew away. Raining punch. Here I come.
Pierce evil!
Pause.
Freeze Lancer!
I'm on it.
Such a weird decision. Okay, for those of you not aware, in a lot of the Final Fantasy games, a lot of bosses actually can't move. Couldn't get out of the breath. A lot of bosses have a specific action they can take, which is usually like an animation or posturing or whatever, or just do nothing, which they do deliberately to try and give the player a bit of a breathing room, right? It's one of the random things that can come up. The boss can, like, do a big AoE attack, do a single nuke, or shake, right? And yeah, exactly, Pillage of Snow. And that's okay, but the reason that's okay is because it's there to give you that pause, to give you a little bit of a chance to recover. Here, it's more like, all right, hold up. Okay, cool. Now, I'll agree with D20 Archon. It makes a little bit more sense for the pause to be there when there's more than one enemy, which this is the first encounter in the entire game where that's been true, where there's been a roar attack with more than one enemy. Every other time, it's been just... Hold up.
Blow away. Try harder.
I still got some fight left in me.
Now, while it's reeling.
Now, take it down. Get toasty.
Burn strike.
Here, let me help.
I guess that once again boils down to that concept of,
Should make things easier at least.
you know, encounter design and how it hasn't been there this whole game.
Something's happening.
Because you're right, that could have totally worked.
Ready.
Will this help? And became worse by the looks of it.
Is this its true form?
Glacial spear. Piercing.
Hold on. Where's the, there it is.
Illuminate the
This should do it.
Holy Glimmer!
Yeah, that's an attack. Okay, sure. I'll give you that. Are we gonna do any more roars? I'm actually curious. Place your bets. Do you think he's gonna do any more roar attacks?
Dragon form. Take this.
I never miss. Confiscated.
No escape. First strike.
Hit.
Take this.
Radiant.
I think you're right, Lo.
Illuminate the door.
Even they're trying to make up for the dungeon so far.
Not today.
I'll tear you apart.
Blow away. Strike. Raining flash.
Hurricane. Steering
Blow away.
Out of ambush and evil assault. Here goes. Take that. Illuminate the door.
Raining
Come
flash.
on. Holy Glimmer. Holy Land. Tear you apart.
You're mine.
I'm on a roll now.
Blow away.
I'm out of ammo.
flash.
I'm all stuffed up.
You're mine.
Armor won't save you!
I'm not done.
Radiant
Raining
flash.
flash. Strike. Blow away.
Radiant flash. Here goes. I'm out of ammo. Watch and learn.
Try harder!
Now I'm in the groove.
Activating supernova.
Ready, flash!
Confiscated.
Here's
Illuminate the dark.
Dragon form!
Holy glimmer. I'm ready. Holy
Silver
land.
wind!
You know, it just occurred to me, another type of thing, going back to the enemy variety thing. How many bosses in this game have been this frickin' behemoth thing? They look a little different, but they're all this big, hulking, you know, four-legged thing. And we've been seeing this thing since the second dungeon at least.
Into the shadows. Illuminate the dark. Holy glimmer.
Strike!
Holy land. Radiant. Here.
I'm not done!
First strike. There.
Blow away!
Watch it.
I can't believe I'm agreeing with you on this, though, but I actually think I agree with you. This is one of the better boss battles in the whole game so far, which is really sad.
Now I'm in the groove.
Illuminate the
Here I
dark.
come.
Equal soul. Holy glimmer. Holy land. Will this help?
First strike! Raining flash! Blow away!
I should start using that as a take a drink break every time he does the roar.
Blow away!
Holy land.
Raining flash! Blow away!
Steering. Do it.
Raining swimmer!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
I'm willing to give that boss a plus. That was actually fun. Holy crap.
We did it. Everyone hanging in there?
Just about. Though if we have to waste our energy on many more like that, I don't fancy our chances against Volran. We gotta try to conserve.
That sound again.
You must be worried we'll have a change of heart. He's certainly pulling out all the stops.
Alphen, I know it's hard, but we have to stay focused on moving forward.
I know.
Are you doing okay, Shion?
Thanks, Mom.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
We don't know what else Volran's got up his sleeve. Be careful, all right?
I'll go check and see if the coast is clear.
What is it?
Oh, it's nothing. Just wondering what that was all about.
Huh?
It's just, you don't think Shion is acting kinda weird around Alphen, do you?
Like standoffish weird? Isn't she always like that?
No, not that. I mean, since we rescued her.
Then I guess. Maybe it's the identical ancestor thing.
Maybe. I guess that could be it.
You sure you're not reading into it? What? What'd I say?
Nothing. Just forget it.
I can never win with you. You know that?
Oh. Aw. None of the abilities I wanted. Well, apparently I do want this one. Let's go grab that one here. I need to cook roasted chicken, apparently. Jesus. Note to self, roasted chicken.
I wonder if we're getting any closer to finding Volran.
I sure hope so.
Oh god. Are we only halfway through this
When
dungeon?
we do, there'll be hell to pay.
Oh god. Are we only halfway through the dungeon?
Hey, Kisara. Have you noticed how Shion...
Seems to be grappling with something all by herself?
Yeah. She's been acting differently around us ever since we rescued her. The same towards Alphen, too. Now that Alphen's regained his memories and his sense of pain, maybe she's become more self-conscious that she still has her thorns. In which case, it makes sense that she'd be feeling out of sorts. But I can't help but think there's something else, too.
You're wondering if there's anything you can do to help her.
Xian said something to me once. Something that helped me move forward. So I'd like to return the favor and do that for her, too. The only problem is, even if I did have the chance to talk to her, I don't know what I could say that would help.
Xian's dealing with a lot right now. Maybe more than she can handle. Trying to unravel the threads of her own worries, that's challenge enough itself. Not to mention that trying to wade in blindly would probably end up making things even worse than they already are.
But how do we help her then?
For the time being, I think all we can do is be patient and keep an eye on her. That way, when she's finally ready to let us in, we'll be right there to lend her a shoulder.
I hope you're right.
You know me, I don't like to criticize without critiquing. You know what I would have done with this dungeon? Keep the dungeon the same general style and size. It's relatively short and relatively quick. Except for the encounters, right? Make it so that the encounters are just people who don't attack back. They just stand there. Glory be. Now, hang on, I'm not done. I would make it so the first few encounters are in rooms like this one we're in right here. So imagine the encounters like standing right here in the middle of the room. Glory be, glory be. So, you walk around it, right? Further into the dungeon, I'd have them standing like right here. Also, probably make it so that they have essentially no armor, no HP, no nothing. They just go down like chaff. Chafe? No, I think it's chaff. Exactly, Logue. Probably have the characters comment on it as you're going through, because it's like, oh my god! Why won't they get out of the way? Why won't you get out of the way?
So if Volran is the Lord of the Water Realm, then it's probably safe to say he has some water abilities tucked up his sleeve.
He and Alphen couldn't be any more different. It's like they were practically born to be rivals.
Looking back on it, in both of our previous encounters, he's only ever fought us with his sword. We haven't seen what else he's capable of.
And yet, even with only his blade, he still managed to overwhelm us. He's a force to be reckoned with. That much is certain.
Yeah, that guy is seriously bad news.
You know, I like the skits in this game.
It'll be okay, Hoodle. We'll get through this.
Xian?
It's nothing. Let's keep moving.
No, he's the behemoth thing we just fought, Darren. I like the skits in this game a lot. But the skits that I dislike the most are the pre-boss ones. We've had one for every boss, and every one of them has been stupid. Pretty much every other skit has at least been okay.
This area's the grandest looking of the lot, and not a single soldier in sight.
So probably the place. This is it, everyone. We can't let Volran treat people's lives like toys any longer. We need to put an end to his tyranny here and now. Everyone ready?
Ready.
We've come this far.
Without question.
I'm nervous, but I know what needs to be done.
Actually, yeah, they probably should get a negative. totally the final boss. Definitely wink wink. Wink.
We've come for you, Volran! Did you really come all this way, just so I could take you back over his dead body?
Bastard!
He dismissed them?
He must not think he needs them to defeat us.
He's the greatest, most powerfulest, awesomest of the lords.
Isn't it your ambition to become the winner of the crown contest? My ambition, you say? I have no ambitions. Since the beginning, everything was mine to control. Everything, including your life.
Okay.
I'm happy to see you. What the hell's that supposed to mean? A lonely, watery grave is all the burial you shall ever deserve. And yet, it wasn't without regret that I watched you sink beneath those waves. Now, I get to savor carving the life from your body myself. So all this, kidnapping Shield, sacrificing those people, it was all just for your own sick satisfaction? To help pass the time? I would not expect you to understand the tedium that absolute power lays upon you. I've had it with your mad ramblings. I'm here to take you down, Volran, and free those you've enslaved! Very well. I shall look forward to fashioning my throne from the remains of your existence. Today you will die at my hand, and I shall bask in your final desperate pleas. Well, I look forward to disappointing you. Dragon Swarm!
Back into the fray!
I'm on it!
I'll run you through!
Blow away! Talon Storm! Take this! Dragon Swarm! Roll down! Take this! Blow away! How about some Dragon Swarm?
Not on my watch! Watch it!
Yep, he's very Xenos. So if you happen to like Xenos, you'll probably like this guy. My thoughts on that.
Take this! Here I come! It's over!
He just won't stay still! If you can draw his attention, I'll pin him down.
Armor won't save you!
And again! Illuminate the dark!
It's over!
Come forth! Holy
Now!
Holy Land!
This! Did we get him?
He's open!
Let's go!
Go
Blow away! Burnout! I'm ready! Run well! Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Is that it?
Blow away!
Here, let me have this world! First in!
What's he planning?
Damn it! It's too fast!
This looks
Stand
bad.
back.
We've got
I'll
to stop
trip it up.
Blow away!
Here I go!
Just
Get
getting
in!
started! Try harder!
Take this.
Dragon
Here
Swarm!
we go!
Far enough. Entertain me. Now, are you ready to entertain me? Don't disappoint me by dying just yet. Take this.
Eyes on the ground! Here it comes!
Damn it! Don't take your attention off him either!
That's far enough.
Eagle Fly!
Swallow dance!
Resuscitation!
Here, let
Dragon
me go.
Swarm!
First
I
aid!
owe you! Eat this!
Lightning! Thunder Band!
Anything
Go!
in order.
Lightning! There!
Die.
Blow away!
Come forth! Holy Glimmer!
Here I come! In full punch! Blow away! I'm on! Lightning Slash! You're done! Blow away! How about some of this? Dragon
Go
Swarm!
get him! Not in your dreams!
Lightning I'll finish you here and now!
Glacial Spear!
I do kind of like his throne. I'll give him that. A little chunk of whatever that's called, ice.
That's far enough.
I don't remember the name of that particular geometric pattern, but it's one I've always liked.
Dragon Swarm! Lightning Slash!
Now this is enjoyable.
Armor won't save you!
Where are you going?
I'm on it! Take time to be serious!
Flew away! Take this! You picked the wrong fight! Enjoy.
Holy glimmer! Holy
You're
land!
finished!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Actually, that's a good point, Luke. Seed should probably be at the bottom.
Got him!
And now for phase 2. Yeah, see, by contrast, that was a pretty fight compared to the previous one. But I won't kill you.
It's all over.
Because I'm a good guy and very stupid.
Now put an end to that death procession you're holding outside. Right now!
Or kill him. Kill him.
You think this is over?
Kill him!
What? Who do you think you are?
Okay. No, we're fine, of course. So's he.
No, that's... How can this be? If Alpin's the Sovereign, how is it possible that Volran has that crest as well?
Oh, come on.
And if Volran's the Sovereign, then what was the point of the crown contest?
After everything we've witnessed, it would seem the whole thing is a ruse.
Interesting shot.
Bow before your sovereign.
Well, phase 2.
How sweet your ignorance must be. You resent not being the only sovereign. That's why you're after me, isn't it? There is that, I'll admit. But your grandest sin was unveiling your strength. Sin? You use people as playthings. What right have you to speak of sin? Sin is for the weak. The powerful care only for domination. We never asked you the rules. No one did. What do I care if your wants? You are but a mote of dust in the light.
Alpin!
I'm through taking orders from tyrants! Okay! Is this it?
I'm not sure how we get out of this one. You mean, this might be the end? No, never. Stay strong.
Not done yet! Unleash lightning!
Healing circle! I'm ready to
Blow away!
Okay. I was about to complain. Looks like while he was talking, he just had like quintuple the armor that he normally had. Just straight up.
I owe you one.
But that armor has since dropped, so back to our regularly scheduled program.
Hey, you okay?
I can still do this!
Save you!
No, I can't heal you
Can't
forever.
end here!
He really likes to paralyze me and then kill me instantly.
Glacial spear.
I mean, I'll be fair to this character. He is merely a bad character.
Sir.
I owe you one. Leave! Unleash! Try harder! Dragon Swarm!
I'll fix you up.
Raining Slash!
Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy land.
Like, I get what they're going for, but I think they fail at it miserably.
I'm on it! Impudence!
Alpin's whole thing this entire time has been people having the will to decide for themselves. Freedom, breaking down walls. Right? This guy's whole thing is, I'm in charge of everything, everywhere, all the time. Hello?
Flame inside me! Yours to be let
And therefore, I'm the opposite of Alphen. I don't buy it. You know, I'm not into it.
Illuminate the dark! Holy glimmer! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more. Know your place. You picked the wrong fight.
Also, he's ice and we're fire. While we're on the subject.
Kneel before your sovereign. Blow away. Blow away.
He's childish. We're maturing.
He's about to attack! Dim! We need to stop him!
And now this one's mine!
You're finished! I am the true sovereign! All others shall be banished!
Back into the floor! Illuminate the
Blow away!
Come forth! Not in your dreams!
All good things come to an end.
My turn! Try harder!
Into the shadows! Here comes! Go get him!
Try harder!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Could this be the true power of a sovereign?
What is this?
Here, let me raging storm!
Raging
First aid! Just wait!
Unleash lightning! I'm on it! Put you through! Raining slash! Blow away!
Supernova!
Dragon swarm!
Healing
What's
circle!
this?
Raining slash! This shall be the ruler of all things! Raining slash! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Here's a healing
He's surface level, whereas we're complex.
We're not done!
There! Raging storm!
Blow away! Kneel before your sovereign! Raining slash! Blow away! Raining
I'm only
slash!
getting
Your life will end here! Run!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Come on now. What do you think you can do? This guy's still standing?
Victory! The throne! Everything rightfully belongs to me! I have hated the powers who rules over and crushes those who fall at his feet! You are next!
Choreography has been pretty good the whole game. In the in-game cutscenes.
Is it over?
Yep, we did it. We beat the game.
I think so. There. We finally collected all of the Master Cores. So what do we do now?
It is said that bringing all the Master Cores together in one place should form the Renis Alma.
So, now we put Shion's with the rest.
With that, we can finally free her of her thorns.
That would actually be funny, Ikit, if we just building a CPU here. I am sovereign.
Shion.
Now see, that would be gross, Blade Jamal. No gross.
What's going on? Are we missing something?
We can't be. So why isn't it?
Alphen! Behind you!
Oh no, it's... I have no idea what it is.
What? Shion, are you the maiden?
What is this?
I mean, duh? Didn't we already know that?
What the? The Master Cores!
Is that darkness? A Dark Master Core?
Renis Alma!
The Renis Alma. It's here.
What's going on? The Renis Alma's only supposed to consist of the 5 Danon elements.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Thank you for not just standing there and watching. Not to complain, honestly. So, plot twist, we're not at the end of the game.
She disappeared?
What in the world just happened?
Is it over?
No. It's only just begun.
You know what? I'm gonna be safe. We're just gonna mute that. Is this the end? No. There are DLCs. I swear to God, if that's actually like the end of the tutorial, and there's like another 50 hours of this game, that's awful. Like, that's actually terrible. Oh, so there's more than one of them. Okay, that's cool. What's funny is I can think of a game that did exactly that. that pulled the once you get to chapter 3, which is quite a ways into the game, that's when the game starts. I also disliked that that particular game did that. And I'm not even going to tell you what it is, because it's not really a spoiler. It's Nier Automata. You have to literally beat the game twice, with very little changes, and a couple of other things to even start the game. I have no idea what's going on here. Like, I'm so confused by this. There's just some random cutscene. In the middle of the game.
A month has passed.
Okay.
For the time being, we decided to stay put in Ganya.
Why?
Even with their lord toppled, we had a long way to go before the people of Pelegion would be liberated in their hearts and minds. Lenegus hung ominously over our heads. We knew we'd need to deal with it sooner or later. We still had so many questions. The two sovereigns, the Red Woman and the Renaissance, the present and the past of 300 years ago. Not to mention what happened to Volran's body after his defeat.
Which is what?
Still, we were determined to keep fighting. I had my hands full taking care of everything. But in some ways, I was kind of grateful to be so busy.
Are you all right? You looked like you were spacing out there.
Yeah, I feel like I just lost a month or something.
Sorry. You need something?
It's about that citizen's petition. I was coming to talk to you about it.
If I'm being honest, I think the problems of this realm's Danans hit close to home for me.
Oh?
You saw how things were in Menancia. We might have put way too much faith in Dohalim, but at least we could still think independently.
The people of this realm weren't even afforded that much basic dignity.
I don't know what kind of future the people here are going to ultimately choose. But whatever it is they decide, I want to help do my part so they can make that decision of their own free will.
You mean like how the Danans and Renans of Menancia chose to remain committed to coexistence? It'd be nice if this was a step towards that dream.
That's another issue altogether. At the very least, I want to believe all our hard work will pay off in the end.
Yeah. I guess we can only focus on what we can do right now and take it from there.
I'm going to go on ahead. Would you mind talking to Shion for me? Once you're ready, we'll meet up at the castle entrance like usual. We can talk more there.
Right. Got it.
I mean, some people just don't like to clean, you know? I'm not one of those people, but some people are just like, you know.
Shion's been hanging out in the observatory a lot lately. Let's see if she's up there.
It's okay, he is our future through genetic... Oh, wait, wrong person. So anyways, that happened. I suppose credit where credit is due, the problems of the survivors of this realm wouldn't exactly go away in a day, so it makes a degree of sense that we would stay here. I am curious how they're getting food. Like, are these people just living off of fish right now? Like, just fish? Just fish? God, yeah, I was just thinking, that sounds so horrible. To have an entire diet consisting of fish. Ugh. I'm not sure I could endure that. Like, every meal, trying not to throw up.
Is something going on?
Sounds like it. Kisara wants us all to meet at the castle entrance. Taking in the view again?
Yeah. Looking at the scenery helps take my mind off things.
Like what?
Being a maiden. Whether I really am a descendant of Naori. Those kinds of things.
I mean, it's been a month.
So, are you mad at me?
For what?
I destroyed the Renaissance. Right as you were about to get rid of your thorns forever.
A month ago.
Why did you destroy it?
A month ago!
When I saw it appear in front of me, it reminded me of what happened back on Lenegus. And the rest was... it was all just a blur. I'm sorry.
It must have been a pretty terrible memory. Besides, we don't know that the Renis Alma actually was destroyed. For all we know, it might have disappeared with that red woman.
If so, then why are
Don't. It's okay. You brought me back. You got me away from Volran. That's enough for now. Let's get going. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting.
How many of you have seen me stream Dragon Age 2?
Kisara said she wanted everyone to meet at the castle entrance.
Granted, we haven't reviewed Dragon Age 2, but we have streamed it. The reason I bring that up, one of the things that bothered me so much about the time skips in Dragon Age 2, in addition to the fact that they were needless, was they were done very badly. None of them felt like a time skip. None of them were framed properly or presented properly, and everyone was acting like it'd been 3 days, not 3 years. Now, this isn't as bad, for it's merely a month, but at the same time, a month is a long freaking period of time. Yeah, nobody's changed or shifted or anything, and it's like, that's why I was making that comment. It's been a month. Why are we just now having this conversation? Have we been this busy? Just every day it's like, hey, Shion, I need to talk to you. And they're just physically holding people from killing themselves. I need to talk to you. Hang on, can it wait? I believe the 3-year skip was the biggest individual skip in Dragon Age 2. But there are 3 separate skips in Dragon Age 2, and all of them are stupid. I'll be right back. No, she was holding on to them specifically to prevent them. It's like, all right, grab them. Whatever.
Hey, Shion.
Don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But if you come any closer, you'll only end up getting hurt.
Because of your thorns, you mean? Trust me, I've endured...
No, that's not it. You don't understand. Never mind. Sorry, just forget I said anything, okay?
If it isn't your thorns, does that mean there's something else?
It's just... It's nothing, really, okay? So you can stop asking me.
Okay. In that case, I'll see you up ahead, okay?
Okay. Do we need to be raising the angst level? Like, is that necessary? Thank you, Ciela. As always, Blackfile, if you know what you want to put that towards, let me know. Angst for the Angst throne. Do I have to go back through the entire dungeon? Okay, not quite. Although this is a really weird form of padding. Like, it's only a couple minutes, but why is the game making me walk back through almost the entire dungeon? There's a lot of weird decisions going on here. Oh, right, I forgot about this room. And this one. I mean, it's obviously a magical blade, but it looks like a really crude longsword, I'd say. Glory be. Glory. That's actually a good question. Could I fast travel? Nope. I am currently locked out of fast traveling. So, I was about to slap myself for being stupid, but apparently the game doesn't want me to fast travel down there. So it really wants me to do this walk.
Oh, it's you two. I suppose that makes me the last one, then.
We better get a move on, or else we'll never hear the end of it from Kisara.
Right you are. A month has passed since we vanquished Volran.
Really?
I would have thought that the Renans on Lenegis would have made their move by now. Yet they still remain as silent as ever. We have no idea what happened to Volran's body, nor its whereabouts. The Red Woman also has yet to reappear, for that matter.
Nice recap.
And contrary to what I had heard, when the Renis Alma formed, not 5, but 6 elements were present, with darkness constituting the 6th and final master core. Were either of you aware of this?
You mean about the Renis Alma? Of course not.
Same. I had no idea
Why
darkness
haven't we had this
master core
discussion
even
within the
existed.
last month?
What about Shion's maiden powers?
No. That was the first I learned about that, too. Or anything about having that power.
Me too. I remember thinking the same thing.
What could it all mean, I wonder? There are so many questions with too few answers, particularly when it comes to that Red Woman and her abilities.
Were it any other ability that used astral energy, I'd say it was an astral art. But hers was different.
Speaking of astral energy, we also mustn't forget that while the other Master Cores disappeared when forming the Renaissance, for some reason the Fire Master Core remained. It may well have been the work of your maidenly powers. Alphen, are you still able to wield the blazing sword as before?
For now, at least. That Renaissance sucked most of the energy out of the Fire Master Core, but it still has enough for me to use the sword.
And the sword is safe inside of me for the time being.
Good. At least that's one thing we needn't concern ourselves over.
You can say that again. We have more than enough to deal with as it is. Let's go.
Hey, wait up!
I heard we are all to meet at the castle entrance.
Yeah, Elden Ring joke. You know what? Hang on. I want to do something, if that's okay. Give me 1 second, okay? I can do this during a cutscene. The value of having a game that plays cutscenes while you're working.
This is Ganya, who has a problem he needs help with. I was just about to ask him what that problem is.
Yeah, I've been asking for a month. Where you been? God.
All right, then. Well, tell us what's on your mind, Ganya.
I'm hungry.
You're hungry? Where are your rations? Did you not get yours?
I did.
Are they not enough?
No, I have enough.
Then what's the problem?
Alphen, you have to remember, these people aren't used to responding so quickly. Be slow and gentle with him.
Oh, right. I forgot. Sorry about that.
I've only been dealing with these people for a month.
So you have your rations, and it's enough food, but there's still something wrong with them. What is it exactly?
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I got that part.
Do your rations taste bad?
I don't know.
What's that supposed to mean?
I haven't eaten them, so I don't know how they taste.
Wait, if you're not eating them, then what are you doing with them?
Bringing them into the castle.
What? Why? Wait, back up. Are others doing this? Who told you to bring your rations in?
Everyone in my group is doing it. I don't know who told us to do it. They only said to bring the rations into the castle.
I'm guessing none of us told them to do it, or else we'd know, right?
I was afraid that something like this might happen. The people in this capital are slowly regaining their own wills, but not everybody is getting them back at the same rate.
Are you saying someone who got their will back sooner might be taking rations from other people? If so, that's a serious problem.
Definitely. This is something we can't ignore. We need to investigate the castle.
It seems like the people here still tend to blindly follow any orders they're given.
It's a reflex that was quite literally beaten into them. Undoing it will take some time.
I know it's not their fault they're like that, but it's still irritating to deal with.
Hey, remind me, just what exactly are we all doing here?
What do you mean? We're helping people, aren't we?
Could have fooled me. Lately it feels like everything we're doing ends up half-baked. We liberated the people of Pelagian, but their hearts and minds are no less under the yoke than the day we found them. As for Volran's cronies, we have no idea where they scampered off to.
You think I don't already know all that? We're doing everything we can, aren't we? We didn't choose to get stuck here. Sometimes you have to play the hand you're dealt. Besides, you've seen all the same things I have. You know as well as I do that deposing the lords alone won't solve all the world's problems.
Rinwell's right. We've gotten this far, haven't we? We can't just leave things unfinished now.
I guess? I mean, I didn't think we'd be singing around the campfire as soon as the wall came down, but still.
The fight isn't over just yet. At least not while Lenegis remains a threat.
I'm just sick of all this waiting. If they're gonna invade, why don't they get a move on already?
Stop that! Don't you think we've got enough problems as it is without you tempting fate? Spot something?
Oh, no. Just wondering if I could see any armored guards.
Armored guards? You mean Volran's soldiers?
The moment we defeated their lord, all those guys bolted out of there. And not just out of the castle either. The city, too. For better or worse, it was the guards who looked after the city's Danans. Without them, making Pelagian half-habitable again has been one big headache.
It's not like they were on their last legs. They could have chosen to stay and fight, but instead they ran away and disappeared without a trace.
But without a lord to follow, they can't have any place to go. Unless... You don't think they went to Lenegis, do you?
It's not completely out of the question. Though I'd say it's more likely they're biding their time somewhere, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike back at us.
The people here in Pelagian are nowhere near ready to defend themselves. Great. Another headache to worry about. Is it just me, or was today's dinner a little low on salt?
I felt that it was seasoned perfectly, so as to bring out the flavor of the ingredients.
Last taste buds are still like a kid's, so if his food isn't rich enough, I bet he doesn't feel like he's eaten anything at all.
Don't make fun of me! We all need salt in order to survive!
He has a point. You do lose stamina if you don't get enough salt in your body.
Yeah, I remember seeing people trying to lick the rocks back in Calaglia.
What? Why would anybody do that?
Sometimes you can find rocks out there that taste salty. They used to say it was because of all the tears we slaves shed.
Most likely, that was actually rock salt that they found. When our provisions ran low, Miguel would often bring some back for us to use. At the time, we used it because it's all we had. But now there's something hearty about rock salt I like. Even more than table salt.
Is it possible, perhaps, to find any rock salt in these parts?
It is. You have to know what you're looking for, but when I find any, I always break some up to refill our supply. The flavor even changes depending on what kind of terrain it comes from. Sometimes I end up collecting more than we need, just in case we like it.
Wow, Kisara's really serious about her salt.
You can always count on Kisara to be earnest. That's why we have to do our part and not add any more to her burden.
This is messed up. I'm hungry. Do you have your food? I have my food. Then why are you hungry? I'm actually going to give credit for that, especially if they do more with that. That's Gollum thinking right there. Which is very, very bare bones. What I usually refer to as robot think. Because in determining AI and its relative level of sentience and sapience, there's three broad categories, right? At the top is actual sentience and sapience. In the middle is intelligent, but mostly just for basic problem solving. And at the bottom is incapable of doing anything it's not really told to do. If I do something, will anyone get mad? If I don't do something, will anyone get mad? We were made to simply do as we were told, so if anyone asks questions, they'll either be beaten or killed. You tell us what... You can tell us to think about what we want to, but my mind always goes back to thinking what I have to. It's unsettling. Nobody will kill us if we ask questions, really? Yeah, automaton level. which has its own relevance in both fantasy and science fiction. Since, you know, like I said, golems. Hi, Star Wars.
I think Hoodle senses something.
That's right. Asked a question. Time to execute him.
Hoo hoo. Hoo! Hoo hoo hoo.
Well, I think with the massive amount of tonal whiplash that's been going around,
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
I think it's time to go ahead and just add to that, shall we? There we go. Perfect. Every time I try to think, my body starts shaking. We don't have to follow orders, but is that an order? Someone give me something to do already. Jesus Christ.
Here who could use our help?
We can't chase after...
Well... Hey!
Sure, we'll go kill the Zoogle for you, kid.
Huh?
Go find rock salt. Okay, now what? No, just go... Okay. Can we warp yet? We can! Hey! Oh, we can't warp anywhere else, though. Damn it! Alright, fine, whatever. Definitely not at the freedom point. I mean, we haven't beaten the game yet. And again, Tales of games are in love with the concept of fake-out endings. I'm pretty sure we just had it. At least our first one. I should clarify that because there have been Tales of games which have more than one fake-out.
Let's see what's going on around here.
Yeah, they're...
Oh, hey!
Seriously?
Hmm?
Well...
Well...
Huh?
What's up? What do you mean by what is up? Nothing. Okay. Are you making progress? No. ... Dot, dot, dot. Is there a specific reason your work isn't going well? I don't have any materials. Yes, Zoogles.
Huh?
Used to give them materials, but there's no Zoogles. So...
I guess...
Yeah.
let's get his materials, I guess.
Not in the castle, not in town. Where did he go?
No idea, but let's try searching the city.
It's always seat of the pants with you, isn't it?
I don't suppose you could name a fake-out ending in a video game you rather enjoy, Kay, like a specific example. Because I'm struggling to think of one that I like. I haven't played Hitman Blood Money, and I don't remember one in Blood and Wine.
I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zoogles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them.
Persona 5. That is cheating. Because that's not a fake-out ending, that's an ending. That's like saying Oblivion has a fake-out ending. I think that's cheating, personally, because obviously Oblivion has an ending, and then you go play Shivering Isles. Playable epilogue is different. I mean, Earthbound has an ending and a playable epilogue. How to exemplar.
There are still so many creatures we don't know about.
Have you been writing stuff down about what we fight?
Yep. It's actually pretty fun to observe them from afar.
What's up, Kisara? You look concerned.
Oh, no, it's just... I'm looking at our finances, and they seem to have taken a nosedive. I don't remember us making any big purchases, though.
Ah, that may be because I borrowed a small amount to purchase something the other day.
I don't think you can call spending more than half of our money a small amount.
Half? Dohalim, what the hell did you buy?
As it so happens, I came upon a rather special object that I've long been searching for.
Are you talking about that junk? I mean, that unique-looking trinket you're holding?
Whoa, is that a...
Indeed. It is a lost artifact from ancient Danan times. Most likely, it was used for some sort of rite or ritual. Ever since we Renans conquered Dana, such objects have been disappearing. I simply want to do my part to help preserve both our people's storied histories.
Well, if it's to preserve Danan history, then I guess we can maybe look the other way. Just this once?
I don't know. Why spend money on something that won't even keep us fed?
More to the point, we all contribute to that money. I don't like the thought of anyone dipping into it without saying anything.
You must understand. Had I let that opportunity pass me by, I'd never have come across this item again.
Dohalim, maybe no one taught you that money doesn't grow on trees.
I may have been a lord, but I realize that much.
It's not enough to simply realize it. You have to internalize the concept too. Even after all this time, you still have no real sense of money. Our funds aren't your personal wallet. We camp outside and eat grass for dinner to try and stretch every last gold we have. You never know when we may need it.
I don't think we're so poor that we have to eat grass or anything.
Shut up, Alphen.
Shutting.
Let's just agree to not spend too much or be too thrifty for our own good.
I wouldn't say Symphony of the Night has a fake-out ending either. It just has... that's like saying FF6 has a fake-out ending, which actually it does, but it's not the one you're thinking of. Roasted chicken.
That turned out good, if I do say so myself.
That would be funny, Kay, but no. Although I suppose I should check.
Hey, what's the smoke? Is it an enemy attack?
Seriously, it's making my eyes and throat burn. What the hell is going on?
It's probably some sort of gas. Try not to breathe it in as much as you can manage.
Gas? Those cowards!
Isn't this just cooking smoke?
What kind of food makes your throat burn so bad just from the smoke?
I believe Alphen is...
They're trying to gas Alphen?
What? Those sick bastards! I won't let them get away with this!
Calm yourselves and listen. I was simply trying to say that Alphen is the one cooking.
Oh?
Maybe I should throw in some more spices, just for that extra kick. Yeah, that'll help. Think I'll turn up the heat while I'm at it, too. Oh, crap. The spice is burned. Well, at least the meat's coming along nicely. All right. Now, I just flip it over, and then...
Hey, Alphen? What are you doing over there?
Oh, Shion. Perfect timing. I actually just finished roasting up a chicken. Call everybody over so we can eat together. I used a ton of spices, so it's got a good punch to it. Might have overcooked it a little, but it should still taste good.
I'm starting to understand why your food always tastes so damn spicy now.
Hasn't anyone told him that it is actually possible to have too much of a good thing?
If that's the taste he truly wants, far be it from me to contradict. His cuisine is a rather delicate repast.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
Do you mind if we chat a bit?
Now there's something I never thought I'd hear you say.
Remember when we talked about what it was like for me growing up? Well, I thought it only fair that I also get to ask what you were like as a child.
My childhood? Maybe you missed the memo that was going around, but I can't remember anything of my past.
Wait,
I
what?
know. Just whatever you can remember. There's gotta be something, right?
Let me think. Well, have I ever told you about my army days? Back when I used to serve under a Danan master?
Yeah, but that must have been after you were already grown up, right? Do you happen to remember anything from back when you were younger?
Actually, I remember I had a kid with me.
You had a kid?
No, of course not. The child's father was another soldier. Back in those days, we risked our lives for a master we'd never even seen. We just fought for them and didn't even question it. When that kid's dad died and I saw them sitting there crying, I felt this bitter, indescribable feeling. It was like I was drinking something toxic that I knew I shouldn't, but couldn't stop. It was strange. I never understood why I reacted like that. Soldiers died every day. It wasn't anything new.
What it tells me is that deep down, you were the same man then as you are now. You've never been able to accept injustice in the world.
If you keep talking like that, you're going to embarrass me. I wonder whatever happened to that master and poor kid. Not that there's any way of knowing now. You know, I just remembered that kid was good at sewing dolls. They gave me one once. It was a good luck charm to protect me.
Dolls? You go ahead and sleep. I'm going to grab another bite to eat first.
Infernal Tongue. There's a lot of near-death stuff. That makes me wonder, actually. Like, were you just expecting that game? I guess that's whatever.
Morning. Ready to head out?
Now, you know what would really piss me off? Imagine if every dungeon and area from this point onwards is just as sloggy as the dungeon we just went through.
An opponent like this should be easy. Come one, come all!
Seven in the wrong position.
Take this! You're finished!
Your blade moves like silk.
I just let my instincts take over.
How
You know
fast?
that's true, Tibigo.
Here I hoped I thought you were going to wreck the place.
I mean, you're even better than ever.
Yeah,
I've never
and I'll
been
provide
beyond
assistance
actually
however I can.
Do it!
Move away! More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Looks like it could be worth something.
Which is funny, because we do actually have a paladin in the party. It's just, you know, she's over there. Alright, so you need to be here. You need to be here, you need to be here. Or, no. There. Yeah, that's... I was legitimately worried that all the fights are just going to be, alright, screw you from now on.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
We're just chatting about whatever, you know, like you do. Battles to the death? No. This is like a Sunday stroll. Yeah, did you notice those other 20 plus to story I just gave out? That's all the character stuff I've been sitting on for a good chunk of the game. And if you're paying attention to the ratio, yes, that means the majority of the story positives. Hang on, let me actually do the numbers on that really quick. No, let's do this. Go over here. Get into combat. There we go. Okay.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Spear. Pierce evil. Here goes. Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy glimmer. Holy land. Radiant light.
Counting skits, that would mean...
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Come forth. Holy land.
Leave the enemy's art to me.
Actually, let's not do that. Literally just pure character pluses, not character moments, not character scenes or character skits or anything like that, but just characters by themselves are...
Illuminate the dark! On a roll now! Holy land! Radiant pierce!
18 pluses to story.
Complacent.
What's 18 divided by 54? Sashimi! Sashimi.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
I'm only getting started. Raging
Wow, that is literally 1/3. I thought you were being averaging. So there you go. 1/3 of the pluses to story are for characters. And just characters.
I'm out of ammo. Watch and
Hi, Imperial Star Destroyer. By which I mean, what?
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Eagle assault!
Wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, I think we might be getting too strong.
Isn't that good?
Play along, would you?
And yeah, as much as I hate to be a downy whatever, I have a feeling some of those negatives might blossom into multiple negatives in the future.
Go no further!
Here I come!
I would say more FF12 than 10.
I'm out of ammo! First aid!
Now I can let loose.
I'll cover you! Shiny! Roll now!
No armor can stop me!
Remind me to stay on your good side.
Blow away!
An astral arch?
That's my cue!
It's over. Shut him down.
Raining slash!
I didn't know your other setting was Star Trek, Gum Gum.
That extra training paid off.
No, I haven't visited the Forest Owls lately.
Feeling about this one.
Me too. Better keep our distance.
I mean, the characters are the best part of the game so far. Even though only 1/3 of the pluses are for them, I stand by it. Yep, I still cannot fast travel, so...
We'll kick your ass later!
In the interest of honesty, they probably are better than the characters of FF6. No, it's something that's true for a lot of games, really. Especially more modern RPGs. No matter how much I like Terra as a character, she just can't compete with a game that's 5 times as long and fully voice acted with animation.
I really don't.
This is a good time for it, Imperial Star Destroyer. Although, if you can hear me, that's gonna be its own problem. Whoops, I don't know.
Into the shadow! You're finished! Healing Dragon Glimmer Dragon! Here's evil!
A game that started as coffee and became sushi? No. A game that started as sushi and became coffee? No. Such determinations only happen at the end of a game, so by definition, that can't happen.
Take this! I'm on it! Radiant Pierce! Shiny Supernova! Hurricane! Arch Field!
Raining slash!
Inferno Punch! Healing Circle!
He is... no. Again, it's just pragmatism. No SNES character is really going to be able to compare with a really well-done character from a modern game. Duration, voice acting, animation. That's just how that is.
I can carve through armor!
I'll heal you all!
Raining slash!
What's this?
If I have to use my imagination, then the character doesn't get a plus for that. I do.
I'm on a roll now! Eagle fly! Up and at him! Let's go! Illuminate the dark! Come on!
Oh, now you're talking! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Burn! Turbine!
That's freaking justice! Illuminate the
Dragon
dark!
swarm!
Come forth!
I
Holy
really
Land!
owe you one!
Holy
Here I
Land!
come! You're finished! Mirage! You're mine!
Punch! Here
Pull
comes!
away!
Smash you! Illuminate the
No.
Amazing! Not long to go now. We couldn't have done it without you. Thanks.
Man, I don't deserve 3 pluses for anything. Holy crap. 3 negatives, maybe.
Watch this!
Oh, absolutely, Venetia. You'll notice we also have the kids of the group, too. On top of everything else.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
First aid!
How difficult does it make sprites? Very.
I felt better, that's for sure.
Sprite work, good. Sprite work is extraordinarily time-consuming and difficult. There's a lot that goes into it. It's one of the reasons I tend to praise it so much when I see it done well. Now that being said, it is substantially easier to make a static sprite than an animated one. So, let's say you want to make a really good sprite picture. That is magnitudes easier than making a well-animated sprite picture. Like, you've probably seen mock-ups of, 3D characters in sprite work. Most of those are static, aka no animation, for a good reason. Really? Game? Really? Celeste had extraordinarily good sprite work, and was probably insane to put together as a consequence. It also semi-cheated by using warping and distortion
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
as a form of animation. Not that I'm dinging them for that, I'm just pointing it out. I heard what happened in Pelagian a month ago. No, I'm not letting that go.
Okay.
That does not narrow it down at all. I'm afraid, Imperial Star Destroyer. There's a lot of Metroidvanias out there made by, one person or several people.
Okay. Yes!
What?
Really? Dohalim.
Axiom Burge, yeah. I haven't actually played that one.
Dohalim, I'm going to look into some seasonal fishing spots.
By all means.
Leave the preparations to me as well. I'll bring the rods. Would you prefer your fish served grilled or raw?
I'll trust your judgment, Kisara.
Why would you eat raw fish? Ugh. Don't answer that. I mean, I'm probably not one to talk. I still think to this day
If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
that Chrono Trigger has some of the best sprite work I've ever seen in a video game.
Yeah. Serious?
Hey!
KO prevention while we're there. I have Venetia, although I don't like any of them. I've kind of been boring and sticking with him, because playing as everyone else has just been kind of a slog. There are actually 2 characters I haven't played as yet, which I probably should. Which my immediate mental thought is, ugh, but I should. I should actually do that. Ugh. Alright, so. It's not even on this screen, that's why. There we go.
You see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't chase after every little...
Huh?
Well...
The Zoogles are very cute.
Yeah.
So...
No way.
Huh?
Okay, sure.
Got it.
That's weird, but yeah, okay, sure, whatever.
Boomy! Boomy!
The heck? Are you stuck on that too?
No, really. I kind of see where they're coming from.
Are you okay with anything as long as it's round and flies?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Practice Imperial Star Destroyer. I'm sure there's lessons, probably on YouTube, but practice would be my advice.
We've reached our guess
I guess we'll play him for the starters.
destination.
Hang on. Yeah, building off the bones of other sprites is probably a good way to learn how sprite work even works. If I have to pick one highlight, then I can't do it, Venetia. I give up. But Chapter 3 has been the highlight in a larger sense so far. Let's see if we can upgrade our friggin' weapons yet. Nope. Omega nope. Look at that. Oh, jeez. I use Corel for most of my graphics editing, but I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, Vesperia... we were talking about Vesperia earlier. I mean, most Tales of games are probably going to look like this, right?
This place is rather gloomy.
Bunch of positives, bunch of negatives.
I'll see what I can do.
But, Vesperia... Of course, this game still has a chance to drop the ball, and everything I've been told is that it will do exactly that. We'll see. I hope it doesn't.
No backing down! Elusive deity!
Here's the evil!
I'm on! Begin! Challenge hurricane! Take this! Eagle
Simian test. I shall feel you where you stand.
Illuminate the dark! Holy land!
I shall ensure you survive this. Tornado drive!
Freaking does it!
The tempest engulfs you!
What a relief!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Do it!
We're in the
Yeah,
hospital,
yeah.
guys.
Oh, what she said! Eyes on the prize!
That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out? Begin!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Now I'm in the groove!
In here!
The tempest engulfs you!
Get on you there with
Elusive
the others.
deity!
Here!
Yeah, no, you're right, Darth Tyrant. Vesperia started off pretty strong, and then kind of meandered for quite a while, which didn't really do it much favors, and then it just kind of fell off hard after the second fake-out ending. And it was just like, what is going on here? Why has this game not ended? It's reached a very natural, logical conclusion point. What the hell is going on here?
Discourteous, aren't you?
I'll smash you!
Tornado drive!
Lightning!
Begin! First strike!
Does this hurt?
Your mark!
Sleep now.
I'll face you!
You don't know.
Now I'm in the groove! Begin!
So,
Elusive deity!
we had a viewer.
I shall provide assistance.
Hold back in their defenses!
Glad you have your uses.
Elusive deity!
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Let's get you off the way.
Inferno punch!
Elusive deity!
That's awesome!
Illuminate the dark.
Catapult!
Come forth
Shattering
now.
of pieces!
All yours, Kisara!
We had a viewer who was a friend of mine.
That was a walk in the park.
Those enemies were just up your alley.
Couple quick punches and boom, finished.
Well, it was more than a couple.
Yeah, I had to wait for the audio spam to all finish there. She died. She died last year. And she was well known for being rather fond of Fanta in general, and Pineapple Fanta in specific. So...
There's the Zoogle we were asked to handle.
Retreat if you know what's good for
Now
you!
you see what I can do!
Elusive deity!
That was Platty, yes.
Inferno punch!
Can you take it?
Illuminate the dark.
Elusive deity!
They got me flanked!
Holy land.
I'm on!
Heaven and earth.
What's this?
A wailing
Does it hurt?
banshee of lightning.
We've got flyers!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours!
Do it.
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Lightning.
No armor! Elusive deity!
Remind me to stay on your good side.
And this
Can you take it?
What would I do without you? Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay?
Can you take it?
Yeah. You too.
Ready and ready!
Do it.
Grimlock! Light burst forth!
Radiant Innocent. Another one down.
Your skills are admirable.
Yeah, she's where the donuts thing came from, and she actually introduced me to Fanta. I don't really drink soft drinks. Empty calories and too sweet for me, but I do actually like Pineapple Fanta, go figure.
Get lost.
Elusive deity!
I'll tear you apart!
A
Now
wailing
you see
banshee
what I
of
can
lightning.
do!
Radiant
Hey, when did I get so popular?
Dance on the wind! The tempest engulfs you!
A Chalpin! Astral energy!
I agree, Drift Tower.
Radiant light! A chain between
too strong. Then I'll split it open.
Be my guest.
I'm just getting started.
Here goes.
So, you ready to hear something funny to completely change topic? I like playing as Dohalim better than anyone else I've played as so far, in terms of fun. But I've been paying attention, and his damage output is probably close to a third of what Alphen can do. I shouldn't even say what he can do, what he currently is doing. So, that sucks.
Well then, I should probably think about tonight's menu.
Now that makes sense. He's literally, you know, an all over the place kind of thing. So, and yeah, he gains damage on evasions, which I'm never gonna do. So, that's just that. I know what you're thinking, but you're just being stubborn. No, I am not a successful dodger in this game. There's too much visual chaos. I can't tell when they're attacking. If they're not specifically attacking me, I don't actually gain the dodge bonus to begin with, and the timing on it is actively wrong. So, no, that's just never happening. That's not a stubbornness thing, that's an acknowledgement of reality thing. Either of those. Ah, that's why. Whatever.
You.
All we have to do is get rid of that thing. It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
All right. Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth.
Tiger Blade! Don't worry, I've got plenty to... We may get out of this alive after all.
Yeah,
Going in.
things were looking bad for a minute there.
I'm pretty sure we can handle anything.
Going in. One more. Tiger
You've got pretty impressive aim there. Thought of picking up the rifle yourself? Nah.
Over so soon?
Get lost!
Flaming meteor! Right here! I got it!
Tiger wailing banshee of lightning!
Glacial Spear!
Here's evil!
I got you!
What is that?
Tiger Blade! Flaming meteor!
Why can't they just sit still?
Seal, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
One more!
I mean, I think you know my answer to that, Imperial Star Destroyer.
Don't mind if I do.
That's it!
But of course, what you asked is what it would be better to do.
Armor won't save you!
Going in!
Which I'm gonna stick with the same answer.
We may get out of this alive after all.
Yeah, things were looking bad for a minute there.
I'm pretty sure we can handle anything.
I'm out of ammo! Tiger Blade!
I'm on it!
Well, she's certainly a
Tiger Blade!
hulking character. Slow, big, methodical strikes.
Heaving descent! Flashing fang!
That's not a complaint, it's just interesting. She also needs to guard to be effective.
Flashy out there.
So glad it met with
Also
your
something I'm probably not gonna do.
Man, I'm famished.
You're probably thinking, but Lore, why aren't you going ahead and switching to her? Well, because then we'd be staring at this all day, and that's just unacceptable. Yeah, I'd prefer fleshing it out if it was Star Destroyer. I'm not a big fan of the Dark Souls approach in general, but for a television show that's not designed that way, I am even less inclined thereto. Like, at least with Dark Souls, that's the goal and intent. I may not approve of it, but at the very least, they're going for that, and everyone knows that walking into it. Imagine if in Star Trek, everything is so vague that you have no idea what's going on half the time. Or all the time.
Here I go. You're mine. Time to shine. Here goes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Twin Peaks is the exact show I was thinking of.
Sounds like a job.
The Dark Souls method might work in something like Twin Peaks.
Going in. We managed to turn the tide.
For now, but things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert. Take fear.
Your form is captivating.
Leave the enemy's
Your
arcs to
battle
me.
form, silly.
No complaints here!
Chain between heaven and earth.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life! And done!
I am, in fact, not a big fan of Twin Peaks, no. My mother loves it, so I've actually seen a decent chunk of it.
This calls for a celebratory drink.
Not my style. I knew what you meant, Imperial Star Destroyer. And granted, even Dark Souls isn't... Let me say that differently. Each Souls game has its own degree of how much they're actually expositing. Some Souls games have more of a coherent narrative on display, whereas others are entirely too vague. Cough, cough, Dark Souls 2. I get your point. I stand by it.
The enemy wields arts too.
Yeah, Bloodborne. Do you have any idea what's going on in Bloodborne? Because I don't.
I'll crush you!
I've got a theory, which I shared.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on it!
Elden Ring was actually fairly on display. I actually kind of was into it.
Tiger Blade!
Probably one of the more on display
Everyone
stories
still in
of
one
the
piece?
Souls-likes.
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat.
Or the Soulsborns, or whatever.
Out of our way! How about this? Take that!
Piercing
Illuminate the dark!
I'm just getting
Holy Holy Land!
Shield and face!
Here!
Time to shine!
Tiger
Like moths to the flame!
We barely managed to turn that battle.
You don't need to sound surprised.
Perhaps I'll put more faith in you then.
Well, I certainly
I
won't
guess
argue.
you had your uses now and again.
Told you! Life's unstoppable!
I like playing as her, too.
Holy Land! Time to strike!
She also does substantial less damage, but at least in her case,
Looks like we got them all.
you know, she... Fair enough, Girl Star Shirt. She's a tank.
That looks like the Zoogle we were told about.
So it makes sense that she's not doing as much damage as, you know, the main character.
How about this? I'm only getting started!
Piercing roar! How about this?
Now look at that. That's, in her case, it's about half the damage, and that's while blocking, which is what you do to increase her damage.
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for you truly!
Piercing roar!
Crumble! Like we're gonna lose to small fry.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Yeah. No. You did it!
She's gonna make stuffed animals based on those terrible, terrible creatures. And Hoodle's just all put out, because he's not cute. Death to Hoodle, and to the living.
What's gotten into him?
He says instead of making a Zoogle sign, we should be making a Hoodle sign.
He's feeling threatened by a rival.
I haven't actually... No, that's everyone. I've played as everyone at this point. How do I check what my gun strike proficiency... How do I check what any of my proficiency is? Where is that buried in the menus? What is that? But if it's... If it's 400, then we've already done it. We've done 419 Magna Rays. So why don't we have Scorched Earth? Or am I just staring at it and not seeing it? Yeah, I don't see Scorched Earth. I also don't have Annihilation, which is gun proficiency to 1,000. Looks like I had about 600 and something proficiency, if I'm understanding that correctly. Well, let's play as her really quick. Where the hell are statue fragments?
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Oh, right, I need to...
Seriously? Is this a joke? Eat this! On guard!
Gemini Opera!
Did you see this coming?
Gravitas Field!
If she learned an ability.
Gemini Aqua! A chain between heaven and earth. Magna
Hi,
Ray!
Eclectic.
Into the shadows! Sealed! Gemini Aqua! Gravitas Field!
Super! Stand back! I'll trip it up.
Chain between heaven and earth.
One more!
A wailing beauty of lightning! Magna Ray!
Well, that's doing about 1/5 of the damage that Alpha can do.
I'll finish you here and now!
Still not learning anything. So let's do... Let's go let the AI handle him for a bit.
Hold up! Is this as valuable as I think it is?
No. Did Chapter 4 get any positives? Very technically, yes. The scene at the very end of Chapter 4 got a positive and a negative.
By the power of illuminate the dark! You're finished! Holy land! Now I'm in the queen between heaven and earth! Into the shadows! A wailing banshee!
I mean, I've got a walkthrough over here, and it says there's two abilities I want as if I'm playing as Shion. Scorched Earth and Annihilation. Scorched Earth apparently requires increasing gun strike proficiency to 400. Annihilation requires increasing gun strike proficiency to 1,000. Obviously, I'm screwing up something there. Not sure what.
Your arms are really incredible.
Ridwell, astral energy, full throttle! Go!
Not too shabby, if I do say so myself.
Far more than the power I can conjure alone, that's for sure.
Was that a compliment?
I don't know if it was made for difficulty at all. So that's valid. That's a valid point. But I do not know. Also, I apparently want to do her solo trial to unlock Dispel, which is her cleanse. Which I want to do in general. Ugh. You'd think there would be a thing where you could go and check your current X proficiency, right? Like just somewhere in a menu. Damn it, Eclectic. You know, just this morning and last night, I finally sat down and spent the time to get all the Patreon donations updated, get the website updated, and get your donation updated, your rather large donation from about a month ago, since it finally cleared and everything.
You guys want to rest here?
I only mentioned that because you've already given me enough, Eclectic. You can stop. It's okay. I'm okay. I mean, I'm not. I just spent a huge amount of money on my teeth, and my sister, and my family. But I'll live. Not destitute yet. It's a weird thought, isn't it? Concept that you can, that you're never safe from that. That you're never safe from destitution, that things can go bad enough and you can just be screwed over. And have to go back to living like that. I don't know, maybe that's just me who thinks like that. Either way, thank you, Eclectic.
Everything's going pretty well so far.
I've got that for the Zelda block and for prototype. So I need to cook. I don't remember what I was going to cook here. Oh yeah, sashimi. I need her to cook sashimi.
Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy.
I suppose you're right, Terra. That's the whole point of being financially comfortable, is no longer being in threatening range of slipping back into poverty.
All right, it's done. Apologies for the wait, you guys.
That's a lot of fish you've cut up again, Kisara.
That's because I caught so many earlier. If you're going to eat them, it's best to do it while they're still fresh.
Was it difficult slicing up that many fish?
No, I'm used to it. It's no big deal for me at this point.
I know I probably shouldn't be saying this after all the trouble you went through, but I've never really understood the appeal of sashimi.
Oh, I'm sorry, Law. I didn't realize. I only make it because it's an easy way to deal with big catches when I fish.
You haven't done anything wrong, Kisara. Law, if you don't like the flavor, you're always welcome to add some of my spices to it.
Hey, yeah, that might work. I'll just put some of this here.
Spices on raw fish. No, thank you. Yeah, that's an appropriate reaction.
What's wrong, Law? I've never seen someone jump up and sprint off that fast.
He ran as soon as he took a bite of that sashimi.
Was he crying because of the taste?
I don't think the sashimi is the problem here, guys.
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while?
I mean, wasabi's awesome. But as with literally everything, it's best in moderation.
I do believe it's about time that I retire.
A friend of mine liked to used to dump a decent chunk of wasabi into a bowl of soy, and then stir until the wasabi and the soy basically became the same thing. It was interesting. Not my preference, but interesting. Okay, so for her I wanted Havoc Thrust, wasn't it? Let me double check here. Yep, Havoc Thrust. Boop. Now, why did you have to remind me of that?
Shall we get moving?
Alright, hang on. Okay, so status. Status! I didn't know we had a status window. This is the first time I've seen this screen. Her gun strike proficiency is 902. Why doesn't she have this ability? Alright, hang on. We're going to find another thing. So, we've got a problem to solve now. Let's see. So, we're looking for Scorched Earth. Let's see here. Hang on. Why is this in Japanese? No, okay. Well, whatever, I'm just gonna give up on her. Did I not literally just... Oh, there it is. It's an aerial. Well, that would explain it. Yep, I've already given up on Shion. She sucks, and she's terrible. The idea of playing as Dohalim is an interesting one. I suppose I really shouldn't play as Shion anyways. She's the healer, and the healer is always going to do better when it's under the AI's control than mine in a game like this. So that's out. Yeah, there it is. Scorched Earth. Art Proficiency Gunstrike 400. And I checked Aerial in case it was there. It was not. Oh well. Yeah, whatever. That's just gonna stick with what we got and go back to playing as him. Where's the plot? Of course there's no warp point nearby. Why would there be? Like, I can't justify playing as Dohalim or as,
Are we really gonna search through this whole castle?
Kisara.
Quit grumbling. This sort of stuff's old hat for us by now.
Because it's just gonna nerf the amount of damage output my entire party is doing. Or the amount of healing.
Got a point, but...
It's not going to take forever, Law, I promise. Let's just do what we came here to do and get out.
I can, Kay, but... I mean... There's not a huge amount of benefit to swapping in combat for me. Yeah, I'm content to allow Rinwell to be AI-driven, because she's going to handle the charging thing better than I'm going to be able to, so that's whatever, basically. What's Law supposed to have here? What's his best? I already have that. Don't have that. Okay.
Very well.
Oh, this isn't voice acted.
Well.
Hey.
You're the guys hoarding all the rations.
Pardon me.
Back to your position. Excuse me? I'll only say it one more time. Get back to your position. What is this guy's deal? Any slaves who disobey orders must be put to death. So it says Lord Volran. What?
Do these guys not realize who we are?
Doesn't seem that way. They must think we're just damning from the town.
Whatever's going on, these are Volran soldiers. Watch yourself.
Yep, they have too much armor, as previously indicated.
This will come in handy.
Severing wind! Mirage! Blew away! Blew away!
It's over.
Raining slash!
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Into the shadows.
You're mine! It's over! Blew away!
I'm curious, if you're playing on controller,
Impact clock!
is there an easier way to swap? Or do you have to do the menuing even with a controller? Yeah, it wasn't a Danon stockpiling the rations, it was some Volran soldiers hiding in the castle.
Yeah.
Hey.
What are you guys trying to accomplish? You trying to get vengeance for Volran? You been aware Lord Volran's no longer around?
You don't say.
Yep. As expected, they're just going about their daily duties as they were always supposed to, for the same reason the citizenry are.
Well...
You think we would have figured this out more than, I don't know, a month later? I am Lord Dohalim. I have an order for you.
Well?
Volran has left this realm as no longer its ruler. Therefore, in accordance with Renan law, you must pledge your allegiance to me. If you respect Renan law, you must follow me. Of course, I will follow orders.
So then...
Bring these men to the barracks and then speak with Ganya once more.
I can't believe how quickly you got all those soldiers to obey you, Dohalim.
Actually, they were abiding Renan hierarchy. Not me personally.
Well, either way, solve the problem, and that's what counts.
As I say, going without food for a month is possible. Going for a month without water? That's a little different. But yeah, they're just as bad as the citizenry, which makes sense, again.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
The longest...
Sounds like our cue to step in and help.
The longest I've ever gone without water is 4.5 days myself. For a bit of perspective.
Oh?
What?
Yes!
Just great. What?
What?
Yes!
So there's this horrible, forbidden food that he wants us to cook for him.
Nice.
Sorry.
Yes.
Just great.
I was attempting to commit suicide, Kay.
White soft,
so I need 6
fluffy
rice.
items.
Stimulating
Is that
powder,
description supposed to be
neither
figurative
swine nor
or
hare meat,
Let's check anything in the area that
and
looks
then
edible.
white, soft, and fluffy objects. What the hell would that be? Oh, whatever. I'm gonna immediately give up on that quest. Come back to that when we start doing the side quest roundabout. You can eat your food now.
I've talked to the soldiers and made it clear that they are to remain in line. Things should stay calm for the time being.
I know Renans tend to take authority extremely seriously, but you sure know how to throw your weight around as a former lord.
I only managed to get through to them because Volran's curse is lifting, but not to the extent that they can act independently as of yet. Considering we had other matters to attend to for the past month, we should consider ourselves lucky that nothing occurred during our absence.
No kidding.
But if they do start operating independently again, that's going to cause a whole new set of problems to deal with.
Indeed. Ganeth Heros is unlike Menancia. Without intervention, they'll likely revert to oppressing the Danans as they were doing before.
Meaning there's still a lot of work to be done in this realm. Not that there aren't problems among the Danans, too.
Yes. There was no way to avoid the deep-seated conflicts that had festered here. But I just hate that we had to use your position as a lord to solve the situation, Dohalim.
Had I not intervened, yet more blood would have spilled here, and nobody wishes for that.
So, what's going to happen to the Renans here now?
Why do you ask?
We've stripped the soldiers of their armor and locked them up. They can't hurt you guys anymore. I promise.
So they're alive? They're not going to die?
What?
Those people deceived us. They did terrible, terrible things to us. They made us suffer. Long before you guys came along. For years and years and years. It was constant. Never stopped. Not even for a day. So many people died. Our parents, our children, our friends. They all died. They were murdered. And it was the Renans. The Renans were the ones who did it. They killed us.
Are we back in chapter 1?
After so many of us have died. The bastards should die! Every last one of them!
I know how you feel, Ganya. I used to be a slave, and I hated the Renans just like you. I took up the blazing sword to bring them down. But along the way, I've met many people and seen many things. People refusing the hand.
Really likes his speeches, doesn't he?
People who have lost loved ones, but are still trying to make this world a better place. People driven by hate who stopped before it was too late. And those who couldn't and paid with their lives. And I fought plenty of people who were all too happy to make others suffer. Believe me. But after a while, I came to realize that it's not the Renans who are our true enemies.
Then what the hell are we fighting if it's not them?
We're fighting against anyone who tries to take what doesn't belong to them.
But that's what these Renans are doing! How is that any different?
Because I judge everyone by their own actions. That goes for Danans too. Because at the end of the day, at the root of all evils committed is an individual who committed them.
You're right, Alphen. It seems like people are either blaming an entire race for one individual's sins, or an individual for everyone else's mistakes. But all that does is add more hate in a world that's already full of it. I want to help create a society where people can finally stop suffering and move beyond their pain. But if we try to do that with more violence, then we'll just end up right back where we started in the first place.
All right. Have it your way. I can't argue with the folks that helped us get back our ability to think and speak freely again.
Is that to say you trust us then?
I don't trust the Renans as far as I can throw them. I trust you guys because of who you are and what you've done.
Fair enough. We won't let you down, Ganya.
What's the matter, Kisara? Is something wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. It's fine, really. I'm just a bit worried about what'll happen to all these folks.
Right. It'll take time before they start thinking for themselves again.
Indeed, that is part of it. However, what I'm even more worried about is what will happen to them after that. What do you think they're going to want once they realize how cruel Volran was to them?
Probably revenge.
What happened to Ganath Haros is the worst form of oppression we've seen, but treated cruelly or kindly, slaves will rise up.
Lenegus aside, there are still remnants of Renan supremacists scattered throughout Dana.
You mean all that trouble we went through to get rid of the Lords might just lead to more violence? That's the last thing I want to see happen.
Of course not. And if we don't do something to prevent it all from starting up again, there could be even more bloodshed for us to regret. There's still a lot we don't know about the Renan rulers. Whatever the face of truth behind their veil, it's on us to put a stop to them. But there is one thing that's clear. Whatever we do to finally end it, our motives can't be getting back at the Renans, or it'll all be for nothing.
So, what exactly is it that you're saying? That we should just act as if nothing happened?
Law's right. We can't expect everyone to just forget all the pain they've endured up until now. Not so easily, at least.
But we have to at least try to change course. We can't just keep allowing history to repeat itself like this.
Exactly. Look, I won't deny that between the crown contest and 300 years of oppression, there's a lot of bad blood between the Danans and the Renans. But all these problems are just too big for us to try to carry the burden on our own. We'll keep doing our part in the interim, but we need to take this one battle at a time.
I don't mean to sound harsh, but that entire cutscene could have been axed, and nothing would have actually been lost from it.
Glad that work's taken care of.
I don't think we're done just yet. I want you all to stick around a little longer. There might still be people who need our help.
When you think about it, thinking for yourself can be a heavy responsibility at times.
Yeah, it's not like your mind will only ever think about good, happy things for one.
Maybe so. But I'll still take that burden over living life as a puppet serving others.
You know,
That's why I want to do everything I can to help these people.
I'll never agree with that, Venetia. I've heard that argument for literally years at this point, and every time I hear it, I get a little bit less inclined towards thinking that way. I will never agree with the idea that a game is better if you simply, you know, stop playing it for a while. Let's sit on ours for a while. It's an insult I hear all the time, too, that my reviews are invalid because I play games, you know, for 10 hours a day. And, of course, I play games 5.5 days a week. And, I get a lot of people saying that my reviews are skewed and biased and wrong because you just have to play the game slower or pause and play something else and then go back to it for the game to be better. And everything about that sentence just sounds wrong to me. What's really funny is having a skippable recap is something I've given this game a positive for. Right there. This is great. Like, fire the game up after 3 months. What was I doing? Oh yeah, Volran was knocked off his throne. And with him, all of Dana is free from the Renin Scourge, although many mysteries remain. However, unable to leave Ganatheros, whose citizens have lost the means to think for themselves, the party tirelessly devotes itself to looking after them. Boom, we're good. That's awesome. This is why the recaps are pissing me off so much, because there is a good recap mechanism in this game. As a further addendum... Hang on, I have to go stab Kay really quick. There we go. As a further addendum, I will say that I try to be tolerant of recaps in shows, because at least there's a logic to that. A television show that you're watching that comes out over the course of a year, you have to keep in mind that not everyone remembers everything, that not everyone is binging, that not everyone has even seen the previous episode, so there's a degree of logic to recaps there. But in video game format, that's what this is, right? That's what this is. You don't need to do those repetition scenes in a video game because you have other mechanisms to get the player caught back up, right? Sorry for going on at that point, it's just... You know? Anyways. Yeah, I will agree with that, having also worked in customer service. Nobody reads. Hell, how many of you... No, insult intended.
Where are you going?
Since when do I need your
Hold up. How many of you have not read certain aspects of the website and required me to clarify, even though that stuff is there and on the website? No insult intended.
permission to move around?
I wasn't saying that you do. Though I'm not sure why you're biting my head off about it either.
Oh, that's so typical of you. How can you be so relaxed about all this? At this very moment, the enemy is doing who knows what behind the scenes, and yet we're just sitting here twiddling our thumbs in Ganatheros.
I know that, but our hands are tied right now. What do you want me to do? And what's gotten into you anyway? Is there something you want to say to me, Shion?
Look, you're right. Forget I said anything.
If I said something to hurt you, I'm sorry. But I honestly don't know what I said to upset you so much. I really wish you would tell me.
You don't need to apologize. You didn't say anything. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault. Not really.
Then why?
Please just drop it. I don't want to talk about it.
All right. If that's what you want, I won't push any further.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Just Don't be too hard on yourself, okay?
And Blade Travel is correct. In fact, I'm guilty of that too, because sometimes I'll ask someone something rather than just looking it up myself. Because a person is a sentient sapient being which has the capacity to understand the intent and circumstances of the question. If I just go Google something, who knows what result I'm going to get. Especially since in my line of work, half the time if I go Google something, I'll be spoiling something for myself, which obviously I try to avoid doing. So, that's valid. I'll give you that one. I will say, Kay, that I don't think that having to do this for my job diminishes my ability to enjoy games. Because I enjoy plenty of the games that I get to review. I mean, let's just look at the last few games we've covered. So, Hades can go to hell. But Star Trek Online was awesome. I actually rather enjoyed a Code Vein. Space Marine was okay. Mortal Kombat 11 was pretty good. Scroll up a little bit. Valiant Hearts was awesome. Then we have Franbo, the worst game I've ever reviewed. The God of War trilogy was pretty legit. Psychonauts 2 was amazeballs. Scrolling back up here. Okay, we gotta go past a couple here. A lot of these are games that people asked me to run through, so... Stanley Parable. That was awesome. Cyber Shadow was incredible. Yeah, a lot of people say, Lore, you're getting burnt out, or Lore, you have threat of burnout, or whatever. The only thing I could say is that I don't agree. But then again, I do have the advantage of having burnout protection built into my very job. You know, I don't play the same types of video games over and over, after all. Now, if I was just sitting here playing Fortnite, bad example, or WoW, or whatever, for 10 hours a day, for 5.5 days a week, yeah, I'd probably get burnt out on that. But I don't. I play all sorts of different games, variety show. So, as a consequence, I do think that I have a little bit of burnout protection built into the job. Yeah, no kidding, Venetia. That's true. I also spend a lot of my stream time chatting with people, both on, you know, on topic and off.
No way! Alright.
Well, he's dead. Let's talk to his mother.
Having to inform a mother her son died isn't an easy thing to do.
But if not us, then who? That's why we have to find her.
And yeah, that's actually a good point. I didn't burn out with Final Fantasy XIV, and how long was that stream? No, that's totally valid, DJT, and I don't mean to sound harsh. I do apologize. One of the things I always say, and I mean, is that you should question, right? You should bring it up. The question should be asked. Now, I have an answer to that question. No, I'm not getting burnt out. But the question should still be asked.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
What the hell's a roof? I was told to wait here, so I'm waiting. I've been asked to take a break, but when I ask about when they might need me call me back, I can't relax. And this person says, I'm scared, I don't know what to do with all this freedom. Have I ever gotten burnt out on a game I played for the show? Oh, all the time. Just this week, I got burnt out on Hades. I suppose burnt out is actually the wrong phrase there, but I was supremely tired of Hades by the time I was chopping it off. That's why I cut it off early. So I guess that's not really burnout, is it? Let me think about that. Is there a game I've actually gotten burnt out on? No, Odyssey just pissed me off. That's a little different. Yeah, as I say, most of the games which I've cut off, I did because they were bad or because they were boring. Burnout is a little bit different. Persona 5 would probably qualify. Which is a damn shame, because it's a decent game. But it just kept slogging. God.
Yes.
So, her son died. She has work that must be done today since her son can no longer work.
All right.
So we give her the order of tending to her son.
How can she think of putting her son to rest as work?
Because that's the way people were made to think about every aspect of their lives.
I know she doesn't mean anything bad by it. I know that, but...
It looks like she went out of town to take care of her son's body.
That's a little concerning. There are Zoogles roaming around out there. We should follow after her.
Oh yeah, that's the thing I keep trying to remember to do. Let's get rid of these stupid glasses. I would actually say
quite the little adventure we went on.
I would actually say I got a little burnt out on both Mortal Kombat 11 and Smash Brothers. You're probably thinking, oh, because they're both fighting games. Kind of. It'd be more accurate to say that both games required so much of my attention and so much of my precision at such a relentless pace that that's what burnt me out. Because fighting games are very, very precise. You're zooming in your focus onto microseconds, onto frames. And you have to do that over and over and over and over again. It's a fighting game. It's the core content. So I would say both of those did actually burn me out, yes. I feel like there was another game that really required my attention and focus. And was burning me out in a similar manner. I guess it doesn't matter. Was it Head-On? It might have... Yeah, I think it was actually Head-On. Although in Head-On's case, no offense, Head-On was just dragging so much. Because it was so long. Like, it was good content, it was just... Ugh. Elden Ring, I mean, by the time Elden Ring was done, I was more than ready to put that game down. That's partially my fault since I was doing an all bosses, all dungeons run. Which I did. Just feel like pointing that out. We might finish up Tuesday, Justin. That's true, Mr. Red.
Yes.
What? You intend to burn your child? That's right. That's how you do it. I don't understand. Wouldn't a formal funeral procession be more appropriate? Have I done something wrong? Do you have no custom where relatives of the deceased say their final farewells? Not really. How could we on Dana? Up until recently, our people were too busy toiling away to think of burial rites. Amongst Renans, it's customary for relatives to send the remains to the heavens. Why not introduce such a practice to Dana? We believe that in doing so, the deceased spirit shall flow to the astral energy that travels the cosmos. We can never do something like that. It's the last chance for the bereaved to see their loved ones. Surely something should be done to honor their memory. But death is a part of everyday living for us. You really think we're going to ship bodies into space somehow every single day? I just felt something more ought to be done. When the Rena still ruled over us, we didn't know if it was safe to build grave sites. As bodies decompose, they spread diseases. We had to burn them. That's actually really logical. I think for a second I've forgiven everything the Renans did to us. Do you know why none of us have last names like them? It's because we outnumbered them and they denied us our culture to stop us from uniting against them. They had tech. They had spaceships. I don't think we have enough numbers to overcome the fact that they have spaceships. People steal so much from us, and on top of that, you have the gall to try and make us live like you too. If you hate it so much, why don't you just turn them all hollow? Jesus Christ, Rinwell! Did you just accuse Dohalim of wanting to hollow people? Dohalim, someone who is, like, probably the most wigged out by the very concept of hollowing. He had a complete breakdown over that. He was a boss fight and everything. Jesus. Yeah, thank you, Alphen. That's enough. Lennigus could strike at any time, and here we are fighting amongst ourselves. We're all aware of the suffering and hatred we each harbor, but if we're going to coexist, we need to recognize differences. Now, let's stop being stupid. Blah, 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 blah. Sincerely apologize. I consider you a true friend, but it would appear I have yet to reckon with our people's dark history in earnest.
I'm afraid not.
I completely accept the blame of all of this. Words cannot express how very sorry I am for offending you so deeply.
I'm sorry.
And she apologizes because she's still working through a lot of emotions. And I know she's a kid, but Jesus, that just came out of absolutely nowhere. It's not like Dohalim was like, "You poor little possessums, you should follow proper." He was just suggesting something to show more respect for the living. The living, because that's what funerals are for. The living.
Rinwell.
So, maybe you can help us bridge the gap and teach me more about this. Sorry for the distraction. Go ahead and burn your body. And again, there's a whole lot of positivity, logic and I don't know what to call that. There's a logic and benefit. There we go. In burning corpses, especially when you don't have anything else to do. Because remember, funerals are for the living. And burning a corpse is for the living, too. To try and reduce all the many problems that corpses provide.
Right.
That little speech you gave back there was pretty impressive, Alphen.
If you call letting your emotions get the better of you impressive, sure.
It made them stop fighting with each other, right?
Something's eating at you again, huh?
I don't know if I would say that. I mean... Actually, I guess I do have one or two things on my mind. My people, we lived in hiding, so we never really experienced the full extent of Renan oppression. Not directly, anyway. After Almadria killed my mother and father, though, I guess that's when I started hating them so much. The Renans, I mean. But then I think of all those people who were born into slavery. The ones who never even got angry in the first place because it was all they ever knew.
I hear you. Every city we've been to, it's the resistance that gets labeled the troublemakers for having the guts to do the right thing.
When it comes down to it, sometimes I wonder which of us really has the better way.
You can't let your anger eat away at you, Rinwell. But then again, losing your parents that way... Hell, who could really blame you for it if you did? I guess what I'm trying to say is... sorry. Hell, it's hard putting this stuff into words.
No, I get it. You're saying that grief and anger are different than hatred. I never thought of it like that. But hearing you say it, it makes sense. Thanks, La.
You're welcome?
I was hoping to reach a natural cutoff point. Which it looks like this is it, because our next quest objective is go rest at the inn. As much as I'd love to defend Blizzard, Venetia, unfortunately you're probably right. That being said, I will say there's probably a lot of mobile developers who have, done it even better. And of course there's all the casino developers if you want to go that route with it, but I get your point. I'm going to look up this side quest really quick, because I want this out of my log. Apparently they're here. Are these things? No, those don't look like it. Are these them? Nope, these are mosses.
Gotta break through.
Here I go.
Dragon Kill! I'm just getting started.
There!
Rip and tear!
Hi, Morganite. Yes, this is the end of the stream.
Okay, guys, think it's time to run.
Really? Pillars of Snow, that's interesting. I'm looking for something called a killer effigy. Which sounds like it'd be like a golem-looking thing. It's somewhere in this zone. Yeah, let's warp over here.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
Yeah. Also, I don't have any thoughts on Trevor and Michael's relationship. Ironically, I also have no thoughts on AVGN. I never really watched him. His style wasn't my thing. Too not funny. And the only benefit a format like that provides is humor. Yeah, if you don't find something funny and its only purpose is to be funny, then there's not much of a purpose in that for you. It's like asking me if I've watched Ren and Stimpy. The answer is no. I mean, I have seen Ren and Stimpy, but you get my point. Maybe these are the effigies? Hey, effigies! Die, monsters!
They got me flanked! Severing wind! Mirage!
Sealed!
Raining flash!
Airborne scout!
I like a fairly large broad category of humor. If you watched in my Little Pony streaminations, one of the things we discussed there
This is it!
was the science of humor, which is something that also interests me quite a bit. I believe we've only given 2 negatives for audio spam.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
So did we do it? Did we get any of what we needed from that? That looks like a no. Wow, okay. Let's see if this resets the spawn, shall we? But as far as specific types of humor I like, again, there's quite a few. I like humor that requires you to think, very intelligent, creative humor that isn't just overt or whatever. I also tend to like very carefully crafted and well thought out referential humor. The kind of thing that you'd have to know very specific things in order to even get, and then they're combined in a unique way, which makes them funny. I tend to like callback humor.
Between heaven and earth.
Do a joke, and then some time passes, and then in the background you see something related to that joke. Boomerang humor, I think is what that's sometimes called.
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Let me take the wedge!
Well, someone's feeling lively.
I also like British humor, just in general. Drop the crap.
We managed to pull through.
Seriously. Why aren't you Jesus Christ. Are they seriously not dropping? I prefer Blackadder over Monty Python. I have killed 6 of these things and not one thing has dropped. Are we actually at the point of WoW vanilla quests? Is that where we're at? I like Earthbound because it's a good game, Star Wars. I don't know, weird thought. No, not at all, Mr. Ritt.
Judging by the stench...
Your humor is more like...
The animals at the ranch are all grown now!
You know what, I'm gonna not end that sentence. Your humor is your humor. There is something we can do to boost drop rate, but I'm sorry, what?
What a rush!
If not a single additional item drops in killing 9 monsters, for something where I need 3 things, then we need to raise our eyebrow at that. This is also the first side quest we've run into this problem with, but this is a terribly designed side quest. Doesn't tell us which specific enemies to kill, just says, go get this stuff out in the wild. I looked up which enemies to kill. Only 3 spawn on the map, and their drop rate is bad. That's not good.
No sooner said than done.
Not a chance! Strike!
More where that came from.
By the way, you want to know the kind of humor I like? Yes, Minister.
Astral.
Which I don't recommend if you don't want to be, depressed.
Hold up! Is this as valuable as I think it is?
It looks like it was just a straight drop. And we got 3 that time. So that's... Wow, okay. That... Yes, Minister is a British comedy
Finally.
show.
If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Emphasis on the finger quotes there. Because Yes, Minister is terrifying.
Oh, hey! Yeah!
Oh?
Oh, wow! All right!
Wow, he actually said thank you all by himself. Pretty impressive. Yeah, 12 effigies to get 3 statues isn't terrible.
Maybe socializing with people is helping to jog his memory bit by bit.
Although, again,
You did good, Law.
the fact that I had to go Google that is... it's not great.
Thanks.
I think we'll go ahead and cut off there, because we have now finished all our side quests that we can do, because I think we're still locked here. Yep, we still can't warp away. So let's go ahead and save. And Monday, at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will go ahead and continue what I can only refer to as Act 3. I'll see you around.